Tim Hollinsworth, can you hear me? Mike?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Tim from BS. That's what I thought. I think we'll get out of time to watch the basketball. I turned down tickets, so I'll be watching on TV. We need to do a better job of planning for the future. No, I'll be okay. Nathan, are you ready? You all ready? We will call this meeting of Pulaski County Commissioners to order. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We were presented the minutes for the regular session of March the 16th, 2026, as well as executive session minutes from March 30th. We have a motion to accept.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from the 16th and the 30th.
I'll second. I'm sorry.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from March 16th as well as the executive session on March the 30th. Any further discussion?
No.
Being none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed. We were presented the claims and payroll number 7.
I've read claims and payroll. I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Have a motion and a second to approve the claims as well as payroll number 7. Any discussion? Being none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed. Men's Health Month proclamation. Lisa?
We received a letter from the Men's Health Network regarding, they're trying to get more awareness of men's health. And they are saying that during the observed Father's Day between June 15th and June 21st, they're wanting to see if each county would do a proclamation regarding supporting men's health. And they had presented that and asked if you would like to make a proclamation for that.
I don't have an issue with that.
I don't either. That's good.
Make a motion to approve the Men's Health Month proclamation that was presented to us.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Being none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed. Moving on to conference request, Rochelle Fox from the E.M.A. has given us a conference request for the EOC Functions at Ben Harbor, Michigan, May 12th through the 14th.
I'll make a motion to approve the conference for Rochelle.
We have a motion and a second to approve the conference for Rochelle Fox, E.M.A. Director. Any discussion? Being none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed. Edwin from KIRPC. Public hearing for Broadband-plan grant.
So we're here, the broadband plan that you received a planning grant from Okra probably a little over a year ago has been completed. We have presented it to Maria and Lisa here and Kimley Horn, who's going to give a presentation, but this is a public hearing to gain comments on that plan.
Okay. We will open it up at this time for public comments, dealing with the public hearing for the broadband plan grant. Any public comments?
Your hearings are so easy.
I think it's a great idea to have broadband throughout the whole county as much as possible, so we appreciate your efforts with this.
Yeah, that sounds good.
We have a brief presentation, if you'd like.
That'd be great.
Great.
Sure. Thank you.
I know Leanne had a couple of things.
Yes. Hello, my name is Leanne Wright. I serve as Executive Director of the Community Foundation of Pulaski County. Back in 2017, the Community Foundation received funding from the Lilly Endowment to begin a series of community listening sessions. In 2019, that culminated in the Aspirations and Actions Steering Committee. In 2020, the steering committee began to meet regularly with a focus on increasing digital access in the community. As a result, the Broadband Task Force was formed. Original members of the task force included Kurt Dickey, Diana Day, Josh Stacy, Nathan Origer of the Community Development Commission, and then council members Kathy Thompson and Brian Young. Kurt Dickey continues to serve as the task force chair. In 2021, we engaged Scott Rudd of Rudd Consulting to help drive strategy around broadband with support from Edwin at KIRPC and Ernie Holtree at the State Indiana Broadband Office. The task force formed a council to pursue short-term goals. Members included many partners from our schools, libraries, businesses, and government, including Adam Bennett, Jeff Bohr, Mike Cashel, Gary Kruger, Lisa Malco, Anita Messer, Michael Rose, and several commissioners and county council members. This group determined data was necessary to develop countywide broadband plans and pursued data collection through a community-wide Indiana Farm Bureau speed test. Thanks to their efforts, this speed test was the highest response rate in the entire state and led to many providers wanting to invest in our community, such as RTC in the northeast corner. In 2022, the Broadband Task Force completed short-term goals, which resulted in the county becoming broadband ready. Then Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch visited Pulaski County to celebrate the accomplishments of becoming broadband ready and WinMac's Smart Rural City designation and significant private investments in fiber by Lightstream. In 2023 and 24, the task force continued to work on long-term goals. The CDC, with support from the Community Foundation, pursued an OKRA funding grant to develop more detailed plans for digital access throughout the county, which Kinley Horn will present in just a moment. The Community Foundation also pursued a U.S.V.R.C. Rural Development Broadband Technical Assistance Grant that will support the next phase of broadband implementation. Tonight, for 2026, we'll hear more from KIRPC and Kinley Horn about the results of that, the efforts of the Broadband Task Force, and the many community members who have supported efforts thus far. Without the community coming together to collaboratively and creatively problem solve around digital access, we would not be here tonight. It is with deepest gratitude that I express my thanks on behalf of the Community Foundation Board and Broadband Task Force to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. Like I said, my name is Alyssa Brandenmeyer. I'm a certified planner at and I'm just going to do a brief presentation about what's included in the plan and what next steps look like. So starting us all on the same level playing field, so why does broadband matter? Broadband is an internet in general and not considered like any other type of utility, water, sewer, gas, electricity, that it's it's an essential infrastructure. For you in Pulaski County specifically, internet access affects safety and emergency communications. I've heard a story about how when sheriffs are out in more of the rural parts of the county, they don't have access to the network to look up people, their driver's licenses, that they have to radio in to get information on. So this is something that it also affects education, remote learning, workforce training, ability to work from home, healthcare access, and telemedicine. It's not always reliable to speak to a doctor online in their home. You have to go and it also affects business growth, agriculture, and economic development. So it says on the slide, gaps in service can limit opportunities for residents, businesses, and first responders. So what is the broadband readiness plan and what is it not? So the plan is designed to help the county understand the existing conditions of broadband, identifying service gaps and challenges, establish goals and priorities for broadband in the county, and then also be prepared for state and federal funding opportunities and any discussions with providers and potential partners. It is not a plan that identifies where and when and how infrastructure for broadband needs to be built. It does not, it's not a contractual obligation with any particular provider, and it's also not a commitment for funding. It's just a roadmap for property. So like Leanne said, the plan was developed with a lot of existing conditions and data analysis, substantial community input, and then identifying a vision, creating goals, and implementation strategies to see that vision realized. So community engagement happened in 3 parts. We had a countywide survey, we hosted community workshops, and we also had a stakeholder session where we talked to people in the community about how they use broadband and where it is and where it's going. So the community survey was open last year, in March, early April, and we received 252 responses, which is really awesome for a community size of Pulaski County. Typically, we see maybe 50 responses from a community this size. So it was really exciting. And a lot of thanks to Leanne for partnership with the foundation and with the. From the survey, we learned that most residents that do have internet, they just don't like it. It's too expensive, very unreliable, any type of bad weather, the signal just kind of goes. At the community workshop, we held that on July 5th last year, and there was a couple of different activities that we used. We had 2 mapping activities where people were given colored dots to put on the map. The first one was identifying where people would like to see infrastructure improvements first. There were 21 dots placed across the county, and most of them were in Francisville or near the intersection of West 500 North and South 400 West. The other map activity was where's good service, where's bad service. They were given green and red dots. Good service clustered around Winnemac, and poor service was placed across the rural parts. We also did a post-it note response where people would write, what would you like to do, or what could you do if you had better internet connection. The responses were generally better entertainment opportunities like streaming videos and improved use of internet A.P.C. And the last activity we had is one that we call Money Madness. We printed off Connect Pulaski dollars. People got to vote where they would like to see improvements first based on that money. The top funding areas were tourism and recreation and rural residential. I think all of us were a little surprised with the tourism part and expected the tourism. And the lowest was general residential. So that's categories. Other categories that we had to take a vote on were agriculture, was like downtown businesses and other things. So, summary of the existing conditions in the county. So many rural residents only have one internet provider, oftentimes that's satellite or other similar things like that. So slow, unreliable service is something I've heard a lot from people that have that. The definition of what broadband is up here, so 100 megabits per second of the download speed and 25 megabits per second of upload speed. And a lot of times those speeds aren't what you actually receive with the providers. We have a mix of providers of wired, wireless, satellite with mixed reliability costs. Wired is that true internal fiber. Wireless is from cell tower to cell tower type of connection, and then satellite is satellite. Residents are just more than happy with the speed, reliability, and price. Guys don't work, and they're often paying $90 a month or more for the internet. In general, better internet is key. Residents happy and keeping them here, supporting jobs and education, and then also closing the digital divide. Through the planning process, we identified several challenges: the limited or unreliable service, gaps in cellular coverage, the safety component of that, lack of provider options for rural areas, and then just the cost of internet in general. And so we took these and we created a vision statement for the plan, which is to ensure that every resident and business in Pulaski County has access to high-speed, reliable, and affordable broadband services, fostering economic growth, enhancing educational opportunities, improving the overall quality of life. Briefly here on the screen is the 6 goals, and I'll go into them more in depth in the next couple of slides. But they focus on 4 key areas: that it needs to be equitable, supporting improved access and service across the county. It needs to position the county for grants and collaboration. It needs to ensure that local needs continue to guide decisions, and that it's scalable, that providing solutions for the population. So the first goal is to adopt a dig once policy, and on every slide is the implementation recommendations for that goal. A dig once policy is an opportunity to place additional utilities when you're already doing road projects and things like that, where you're already digging in the dirt. And for this one of the additional recommendations that we offered to this is reviewing future development projects and current ones and seeing if there's an opportunity there to work with them to lay conduit or actual pipelines. The second goal is to improve broadband service in areas that are not served or underserved. For this one, the low and high value areas, identifying those. A high value area would be an area where there's a massive population concentration, so lower value areas are areas in places. Nothing to do with the perceived value of either of the spaces, it's more the providers, the value to them of providing service in those areas. It's more done for places like E.M.A, less profitable for rural areas. And so using that to say, well, if you're going to put it here, you also need to put it here. Goal 3 is to continue engagement with the project task force through the implementation phase of this plan. So just making sure that plan is still community-driven and community-focused. And then also utilizing this as an opportunity to host educational sessions, safety, and other things like that for county residents. Goal 4 is to review the county permitting requirements and take steps needed to optimize the permitting and inspection process while protecting public assets. A review and optimization of the permitting requirements is already done as part of becoming broadband ready. This is listed here as it's good to continually review. Things may come up or technology may shift and this is something to modify. Goal 5 is to expand public access points and access for businesses. Again, the high low value areas and public access points are just places where there's internet available, like public libraries and other spaces like that. And finally, goal 6 is to pursue infrastructure improvements through a mix of county incentives, collaborative investment from public and private entities. are there ways to incentivize placing infrastructure? The plan evaluates several models of deployment that may be appropriate in the county depending on cost, county availability. Fiber to the home is good for long-term capacity. Fixed wireless is that cell tower type of model that's good for rural areas or hard to serve areas. And then hybrid approaches combine multiple technologies, and we included all of these options to make this as flexible as possible. So our recommended deployment strategy is the fixed wireless because it is one of the fastest and most cost-effective ways to get broadband in rural areas. It avoids trenching, is what drives most of the cost for fiber. So it uses towers and home equipment to get internet areas, and it can be built in phases and over time upgraded as the So on the screen is an existing service map. Generally, the red is existing service areas. The light blue is future areas that is currently being run through RDOF funding. And the green are future areas that be funded with RDOF. So we focused the network proposal based on this map and focusing on general service gaps and identifying those in rather than failed engineering. This is the flexible living document. We wanted to avoid duplication, so directing more investments away from areas funded by RDOF and towards communities that don't have any plan improvements. So on here is the general breakdown of the network costs versus where those groups are. So we grouped the deployment model by township groupings based on where that funding was. So because of this, the majority of the proposed towers would be in more of the east side and then the north part of the county. And this model with the 22 towers, it would reach an estimated 3,000 households. So broadband plan supports broader county goals related to economic development, workforce, education, public safety, emergency responses. Foundational element that supports a lot of the things that county. So adoption obviously establishes a document as adopted county policy, reference tool. It positions you to respond to future broadband partnership opportunities. It also provides frameworks to guide future broadband discussions. The plan can be used to pursue state and federal broadband funding. It already has been used for the U.S.V.R.C grant. Supports conversations with broadband providers and partners. It identifies strategic opportunities to expand into some service and research areas. And it also integrates broadband considerations, economic development, infrastructure planning. So the plan provides a clear and flexible framework across the county. The plan reflects community engagement and priorities, positions you again to pursue future opportunities strategically, and it maintains control and flexibility over. This is a tool you're going to add to your jobs. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much.
Just happy you're doing the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comment based upon the presentation? I have a motion to approve the Pulaski County Broadband Plan.
I will make a motion to approve the Pulaski County Broadband Plan.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Being none, thank you both, all of you, for your work with this. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm excited. Thank you, everyone. Carla?
It was a hearing. Okay, just that matters. That answers my question. Okay. That's acceptable though, on what you wanted to hear? Yes, yeah, okay. I thought it was 45 actually. No, I just pulled the statute. So I have a few items this evening. First, I just wanted to share, obviously your board is aware that we are in need of a person to fill the commissioner-appointed A.P.C seat. We have not had a lot of people interested in, or I shouldn't say interested, we have not had many people reach out. So you already knew of the two names, but I gave you those applications there. It's been put on our Facebook page and on our website. Don had requested about putting a legal notice in the paper for it, so I will do that.
We passed an ordinance a few months ago. Teresa can give you a copy of that.
Yes. But the thing is though, with this situation, so as you are aware that there are the two people that they're considered Democrats, but they switched their voting in the last primary. So they're supposed to, from what my understanding is, and Jacob, if you feel to interject at any time, they need to go to the chairperson for the elected board, like in the email that I had sent you to request for that. So I let them, the two people that were interested, and there was another person who had requested to rescind their consideration for the seat. So now it's just the two, but I let them know of that matter, and I am waiting to hear back from them.
I think you follow the ordinance.
Yes.
And then if the county chairman signs off on them, then they're considered whatever party they affiliate with.
Correct. Yes. Okay, then the number 2 tabbed item I have is the battery storage.
No, she's going to advertise it. She's not.
She still has to advertise it. Okay.
That's why I was talking about following the ordinance.
Gotcha. I thought she already had.
So the number 2, oh, I'm sorry.
Jenny, then
You're good.
the political party has to sign off.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I thought she was saying she had done that. Okay. Gotcha.
So your board had requested in response to a 12-month moratorium last year from A.P.C. for it to be a 6-month moratorium. In that timeframe, A.P.C. has reviewed some text amendments. It's not completely done. I had emailed you a copy that was this afternoon that was cleaner than the last copy you had gotten probably 2 weeks ago, and also included language that A.P.C. had discussed in their Monday evening meeting. A.P.C. did vote to request to extend the moratorium for the additional and final available 6 months that is available to ordinance 14-2025, which is the proposal for moratorium on battery energy storage systems. So based on the amount of data that the board has received and reviewed, and they are intending to hopefully within the next couple of weeks do another tour on a different battery storage facility, larger than the last one that we had toured. So to get a better understanding of what the facilities look like above and beyond just the standard text language that they have in here. So the language it's not sorted well. There's a lot of the main important information that is needed thus far, what the board has. Just hoping that when this gets cleaned up and sorted better and getting a little bit more information in regards to like USDA, EPA, I.D.A, DNR, other federal agencies, and then I get the language sorted better. Jacob and Cliff have copies now, and it's been some time since obviously we've worked on this, but now there's a lot more information in this than the last copy you had received. Again, it's not pretty, but it's got the main important information in there. Still wanting to discuss things with the highway superintendent as well as a surveyor, because obviously the project sizes would be smaller than solar. So assuming that road use and drainage would need to be altered appropriately to coordinate with this type of a project. Also, I've been gleaning more information in regards to lithium batteries and other battery storage facilities throughout the United States, just to make sure, obviously, we need to, as I've said, be educated on what we're doing. So we're requesting the extension so we get it right in what is put in the ordinance.
Have you or the A.P.C. worked with a consultant?
So there have been a couple consultants, and A.P.C.'s attorney has worked with me on reaching out to a couple. Jacob had recommended somebody, and so I'm waiting on them to coordinate all their schedules. I've sent an email out to 2 of them. We were supposed to meet last week, and that didn't happen. But one thing that a couple of the consulting firms did say was very important was the fact that it was in counties that do not have a comprehensive plan or that are working on updating their comprehensive plan. They have stated that it is an important device to use, obviously, in creating appropriate ordinance language. So understanding with a couple of those organizations, I had let them know that we were in the middle of working on that. They said that instead of doing a complete ordinance overhaul for renewable energies, that they could work with us to coordinate at least getting that section done. So of the ones, I had let them know what we needed to give me some sort of a price and a time window on what we would be looking at for what we're asking right now, as well as obviously working on the comprehensive plan. A couple of the organizations are also ones that had submitted information to potentially be the companies to help with our comprehensive plan too. So I felt that that would probably be beneficial, knowing that all of those organizations already know what our county is looking for. So, long story longer, I'm waiting on responses and hopefully getting some things back within the next week or so.
Has there been any developers ask for a permit for battery storage?
No, we haven't. We had one that had talked about it, but it was probably a year ago and said that that probably wasn't going to happen, and nor have I heard anything since then.
We have a request to extend the A.P.C's proposal for an additional 6 months for battery energy systems.
I will make a motion to approve the request for the 6-month extension for the moratorium on battery energy storage systems.
I will second that. Discussion.
I just think it's needed with everything going on. We've got so many projects and so many things to look at that,
We don't have
Time is
anybody
necessary.
interested
but if
in
they
it.
put an application in tomorrow, Mike, we have no ordinances to protect anyone.
Well,
we
they can
have to
just
have-
refuse the application.
I don't think it's that easy.
I do appreciate you reaching out for consulting help to make sure the language is done right. There's a lot of
Right.
lefts and rights, and we want to
Yes.
make sure we're going the right direction with that. So, and I appreciate you sharing today with us some information in here about the progress that's been made with the A.P.C, with the BS U.D.O. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to extend the 6-month BES moratorium effective date April 8th, 2026 for an additional 6 months, as I had stated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
You have a paper for us to sign with that?
Yes, it's,
It's back here. It's gone.
Thank you.
tab 3. Your first item is the letter from A.P.C, which is what also was emailed to you, stating that in a special session at a legally advertised hearing held on Friday, March 20th, the A.P.C did vote in favor to alter text amendments to section 2.3R, applications for all solar energy systems. The letter reads out the text amendments, which is also language that is in ordinance, Pulaski County Ordinance 2025-02, which is your second item in number 3. So the language is what has been discussed for section 2.3R in regards to applications for accessory and commercial solar energy systems. This is the same language that has been discussed since August of 2025 with A.P.C in multiple meetings. The text amendment recommendations are what have been emailed to your board, and adjustments that A.P.C had discussed in their meeting on the 20th were the ones that last week I had sent over to you and yellow highlighted and bolded the text.
Carla, just a clarification, what you emailed us without to the commissioners, it's the same language, correct?
It is the same language from last, I sent it twice last week. One did not have the these and thous language in it for
It's
the
just the
ordinance
language
language.
itself.
Correct, yes,
All
it's
right.
the same text.
Nothing's changed.
No, there may be a space between line number 3 and number 4 in a section, but no language has changed.
Okay, are you going to go through each one of these?
If you would like me to, yes.
And then would you like us to ask questions as we go or at the end?
If you would like to as you go, so if you forget something, that's completely, just interrupt me, that's fine.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure this is.
It's 2025-02.
Okay, you're saying it's the same as what you sent us?
Yes.
Okay, I'll see if I'm following along and it makes
Oh,
sense.
okay.
26 pages, Jenny, I want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good question, because I copied and
With the
pasted
highlights?
this.
Well,
I'm on 3 of 34 right now.
The one that I had sent you had all of section 2 and section, or 2.3 and section 7 in there, but in that one with the yellow highlighted, you'll see where it switches
Okay.
to chapter 7.
Okay,
31 pages, right?
well, mine has 34, but I copied and pasted it, so it could be.
Give it a whirl. and see what-
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so A.P.C recommends 2.3R applications for all solar energy systems. One, notwithstanding any provision herein to the contrary, a permit application for any SES shall include the following information: A, contact information, names, addresses, and phone numbers of the applicant developer. B, contact information for the project developer if different from the applicant developer. C, description of the land involved sufficient to legally describe the boundaries of the SES project to the satisfaction of the building inspector. Description shall include acreage, address, legal description of the included properties or portions thereof, and the state parcel identification numbers. 2, applications for accessory use SES. In addition to the application requirements listed in section 2.3R1, any requirements pertaining to accessory uses found elsewhere in this ordinance, and any additional requirements as may be set forth by the building inspector, and notwithstanding any provision herein to the contrary, a permit application for an accessory use SES shall include the following information: A, compliance with National Electric Code, a line drawing of the electrical components in sufficient detail to allow for determination that the manner of installation conforms to the National Electric Code. B, site layout plan to include but not limited to address, general location, acreage, and parcel numbers of subject property, legal descriptions of included parcels, location key showing north arrow, property dimensions, existing and proposed buildings and solar panels with required setbacks, existing wetlands and floodplains, existing and proposed building setbacks and separation, the delineation of all requested variance development standards if applicable, approximate locations of neighboring uses and structures, map scale size appropriate to read setback measurements without magnification, dated signature of the applicant, and if different, the owner. Number 3 is application for commercial SES, which
Carla.
CSES, yes.
What you just read, none of that's changed. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. All right.
No, the only thing that changed from the A.P.C's last meeting is wherever you see it's bolded and yellow highlighted.
From the
From,
current
a lot of it isn't, there were maybe a couple words here and there are flip-flop language, yes.
All right, sorry.
No, that's fine. In number 3, commercial SES, though, language has been adjusted.
Yes, you have yellow on the copy that we've been given.
In addition to the application requirements listed in section 2.3R1, and notwithstanding any provision herein to the contrary, a permit application for CSES shall be applied for through a special exception use by the Board of Zoning Appeals, BZA, and include the following information: the applicant, owner, operator, developer, herein referred to as developer, shall provide.
Yes. Sure, if you don't mind. So we are going to, they are recommending special exception to
Yes.
put back in place.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's not in the current U.D.O.
It is not, a special exception is not. A, site layout plan to include without limitation: 1, address, location, acreage, and state parcel identification numbers of the subject properties, location key showing north arrow, location of substations, existing and proposed on-site and adjacent buildings and solar panels with required setbacks, adjacent roadways, existing wetlands and floodplains, proposed landscaping, lighting, and signage, fencing and gate locations visibly shown, listing appropriate setbacks, existing and proposed site ingress and egress. A, gate numbers and 911 addresses at gate entrances shall be clearly displayed. B, developer shall not establish, construct, or modify any driveway access point that is located directly across from 1, a public or private road intersection, or 2, an existing residential driveway. C, all driveway placements must be a minimum of 500 feet from edge of drives and right-of-way intersections and must comply with applicable access management standards and must be approved in writing by the building inspector and highway superintendent. 10, delineation of all requested variant development standards if applicable. 11, map scale size appropriate to read setback measurements without magnification.
Carla,
Yes.
is 9C in our current U.D.O.?
All drive, no. So in our current U.D.O., all of that under 9 does not exist.
And for the public, that is,
Yes, for the public, it is in regards to where the drives, where public and private road intersections and existing residential driveways cannot have a driveway installed within 500 feet of right-of-way intersections and edge of drives.
How was 500 feet selected?
Well, Gary and I were considering a few things. Dave and I were also considering, we were going as far as how fast can you get from 0 to 60? What if there's a hill? What if there's this? If this is this far, and thinking that they were dump trucks that probably weren't going to be going 80 miles an hour, pulling out of a driveway, and also hoping that the people on the road were also not going 80 miles an hour. I don't feel that, based on what we said, not to put you guys on the spot wherever Gary went, and Dave, if they felt like speaking out in regards to this, I don't want to say out loud an educated guess, but considering where some of the drives have been in areas where there have been concern, and then looking at some of the drives that we had felt seemed comfortable enough in regards to distance, that's where.
So prior to before, the developer just put.
The developer has some across the roads from driveways.
Right.
And
They chose
yes.
where to put it without consulting.
I'm sorry?
They chose where to put the driveway
Correct.
without
Yes.
consulting you or the highway superintendent.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So A was site layout plan, and everything I just read was everything that's part of a site layout plan. B is dated signatures of developer and property owners. Property owner signatures must be submitted in the form of a signed addendum to the application or to the dated signature page of landowner contract with developer. C, proof of recorded memorandum of lease for each party contracted with a CSES developer to be recorded at the Pulaski County Courthouse. And those two items were already in the ordinance. This item was not. Timeline, phasing plan and timeline of project to include but not limited to ground movement, pre-construction, construction, post-construction, and operations events. I will say, even though this was not in the ordinance, this was an item that I had requested from the 4 currently permitted developers who did all accommodate and did give us fairly detailed timelines. So they did it without it being in the ordinance. Just wanted to see the language in there. E, manufacturer specifications for solar panels. So before I move ahead, I also want to say that some of this information was already in our ordinance. It was just in section 7, but because a lot of it is stating that it was required to be submitted with permit, it felt appropriate to have it put in the application process language. So landscape screening plan, and there's landscape screening language in section 7. Decommissioning plan, that language is in section 7. Economic development agreement, that was in section 7, but it's been moved here, and all of this language is placed in section 2.3R. An EDA shall be required prior to building permit issuance. The EDA shall be developed in conjunction with the Pulaski County Economic Development Director, Council, Board of Commissioners, and County's Attorney prior to building permit issuance. EDA must be executed by both the Council and Commissioners. Pulaski County reserves the right to employ outside fiscal or legal consultants to assist in developing the EDA and during the process of considering any tax abatement that may be requested. The developer shall be expected to execute reimbursement agreements with the county's Economic Development Office and to reimburse the county for any consultant cost incurred, including fees charged by the county's attorney for their role in the process. The E.D.A. shall address property tax abatements if requested, economic development payments to be made to the county and the distribution thereof, and any other related issues as deemed to be necessary or appropriate. The developer may withhold building permit payment and any payment guaranteed by the E.D.A. until the Pulaski County Council has noticed and conducted a public hearing pertaining to tax abatement incentives and adopt the resolutions required rewarding such incentives.
That's what we currently did.
Yes. Nathan had altered just minor areas with it.
Okay.
Drainage agreement was a requirement, but the language has been adjusted, and this is based on, which you, as the drainage board, you're familiar with this language. Drainage agreement shall address all water sources, including culvert widening and damage, well protection, and field tile mitigation, and incorporate best management practices for stormwater management during construction and operation phases. The drainage agreement shall be developed in conjunction with the drainage board, its attorney, county attorney, surveyor, and highway superintendent. The drainage agreement must be executed by the commissioners, drainage board, surveyor, and county attorney and submitted with the building permit application. Drainage setbacks. Detailed drainage plans must delineate a minimum of 75 feet setbacks from CSES perimeter fence to the top edge of all county maintained, regulated, or private ditches within the CSES project. Site drainage plan. A detailed engineered site plan identifying all regulated and private drains by name, wetlands, and floodplains, and shall include accurate mapping of all existing drains and field tiles. 4, stormwater management plan. Drainage plans must include a comprehensive engineered stormwater management plan demonstrating that post-development runoff rates and volumes will not exceed pre-development conditions. Erosion and sediment control. Plans must detail erosion and sediment control measures designed to manage runoff, minimize onset soil loss, and prevent sedimentation onto adjacent properties or into waterways. Agreement adjustments. Any revisions requested to the approved drainage agreement after construction has commenced must be submitted in writing to the drainage board. No work on revision requests may occur until written approval is granted by the drainage board. Utility boring and trenching. All underground cables crossing open ditches shall be installed via boring at a minimum depth of 5 feet below an established ditch bottom. Culvert maintenance. All culvert repairs must be completed prior to start of ground movement. A mandatory final inspection by the county is required upon CSES project completion. Developer is responsible for any repairs or replacements deemed necessary by the surveyor. Maintenance ditch remediation. Prior to start of ground movement, all maintenance ditches located within project area to be cleaned shall be dredged and brushed at developer's expense. Field tile repair. All private drainage tiles outletting into a maintenance ditch must be repaired by the developer at developer's expense. Repairs shall be subject to inspect and approval by the surveyor prior to start of any ground movement and construction. Washout mitigation. Any existing washouts or bank erosion alongside ditches within the project area must be remediated to the satisfaction of the surveyor prior to start of CSES construction at developer's expense.
Carla,
Yes.
if you would, sorry, go back to 10. All private drainage tiles.
Outletting into a maintenance ditch.
Okay, so where are they required to do all field tile repair on any ditch? Regulated, maintained, private. Am I missing that?
That's a good Jenny question.
I mean, currently, if it's only private drainage tiles, what are we doing if they damage county drainage tiles? Is that somewhere else?
There's drainage repairs, section corners, maintenance obligation.
Construction commission.
Well,
Jacob,
number
it-
12,
12
12 there
cover
too?
12 will cover.
any damage to existing drainage ditches or field tiles resulting from CSES construction, installation, maintenance, or decommissioning shall be repaired to original or better condition by the developer at their expense.
Okay, I hadn't read that far ahead on that
Now,
one.
10, we were in a meeting, we were told that we do not have jurisdiction over
For the
private
private?
ditches.
Right, okay, so one question I had was, and Jenny and I had talked about this a little bit, and
Jenny Keller.
Keller, yes, I'm sorry. The surveyor and I had spoke on this, and she was not certain about for those that outlet into a maintenance ditch. That, is it still the same scenario?
Generally, the drainage board only has jurisdiction over regulated ditches. Now, if a private landowner in a private ditch does something to obstruct water flow issues into a regulated ditch, then there are situations like that. But outside of that, the county doesn't have the ability to regulate private ditches
Right,
outside the drainage board.
right. No, I understand that completely.
Even the part that would go into the maintenance.
The maintenance,
ditch.
okay, because that, thank you, because I was gonna say, to me, number 10 was reading as if, not being the surveyor, my county maintained ditch, here, our county maintained ditch, here's my private ditch, and at the mouth here, whatever, that's all.
Now, if you have a scenario where a private landowner does something to modify the maintenance ditch, or, you know, sometimes you see this with like changing in tile sizes, or they tie into something without permission, that's different. But outside of that, that's just something I think we'll have to be really clear on. Because you can sign whatever you want in an agreement, but if the jurisdiction isn't there to begin with, it's not enforceable.
Right, it won't, right,
Yeah.
absolutely. Okay, so that has no bearing on anything that connects my private ditch to maintain. Then
Right, yeah, what happens in the private ditch is a private landowner.
doesn't even matter if it touches.
No, I mean, unless you're illegally tying into it or something like
Okay.
that.
Okay,
Because I know that verbiage was in Jenny Keller's request for U.D.O
this
amendments
has
too,
been
correct?
and she did tell me that she had talked to your board, and I thought, because of what I was just stating is the conversation she and I were having, that maybe your board didn't have a meeting at that point, the drainage board,
We Just talk about it.
within that.
We talked about it when we were.
Well,
doing-
about that specific statement,
Yeah.
okay,
I think we were specific in that we do not have jurisdiction.
nothing at all, okay,
Right.
okay. Striking number 10. 11, washout mitigation. Any existing washouts or bank erosion alongside ditches within the project area must be remediated to the satisfaction of the surveyor prior to start of CSCS construction at developer's expense. Drainage repairs, any damage to existing drainage ditches or field tiles resulting from CSCS construction, installation, maintenance, or decommissioning shall be repaired to original or better condition by the developer at their expense. Repairs must be completed within 90 days of the damage and are subject to final inspection and approval by the surveyor.
Stop. Do we want to let 90 days ago? That's a long time to have water damage. Or do we want to shorten that time frame up?
I could understand why we wanted a shorter time frame.
I can too.
Is this the current language, 90 days?
This is the most recent that Jenny had given me.
Do you know what it was prior?
It was non-existent, I believe, unless it was in the drainage agreement.
If you, as we continue through this, let us know when it's new language.
When it's what? I'm sorry.
New language.
Okay, well, based on what is presently in our ordinance, this is not in our ordinance. But this is what you have seen for several months.
Right.
So you mean you yourself, the new language, based on A.P.C's meeting?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not in
so,
there at all. I'm just going forward. It's not a gotcha type thing. I'm just for clarification.
no, thank you. No, thank you.
What's
I
that?
said, we've just seen a lot of versions.
We have. I just
A
want
lot
to
of
make sure we're all on the
versions.
same
I know,
page.
yeah, I do too.
So then,
Concerning the 90 days, Commissioner Knievel's question, I think it would be wise to lower that
okay.
when approved. And do you know of any codes or?
Not, I mean,
With that?
normally, if it's gonna, I guess I want to make sure it's clear because this is a modification within U.D.O, but there's going to be that individual. The one concern I had, and I looked at this for this most recent project, is making sure that these amendments match what's in the current drainage agreement. To my knowledge, there is not a statutory day amount that's set. You can negotiate whatever you want within the body of the agreement.
In the agreement. Okay. Would that also be the place in the agreement? And I know because we have, I know we've put it in the agreements. Should it also be in the ordinance where we talk about the consequence if it is not completed within 90 days? I mean, the ordinance, and you can answer this better probably in Jacob, do those things need to be in the ordinance as well? Those, if it is not completed, developer is in default. What do we do if it's never done? Because we've gone a year now with things that have taken months to be remedied. Is this the right place can it go in here? A consequence, penalty,
that's kind
whatever?
of what the purpose of that new addition. The big thing for me is making sure that if you're going to execute an agreement with that language, that the ordinance and the agreement are contradicting one another.
Correct.
So, I mean, if you do that, and then you can reflect in the agreement that the ordinance, because the ordinance has to be followed regardless. So I would put it in there if that's what your intention is.
You would put it in there.
If that's what your intention is.
I think if it will clear up someone playing one document off of another for their favor, then it probably needs to be in there.
Could we could have one blanket section that reads, well, we've got.
I know are you referring to the language that talks about if they're, basically it's the stricter of the two, essentially?
Default, well, no, further in, if they default on any ordinance regulations, then here's your one consequence instead of having it placed 50 times in section 7.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I think the consequence may be different.
Because ultimately, if it's in the ordinance, like if by putting it in the agreement, it's kind of a belt and suspenders approach, because ultimately you have the enforcement power under an ordinance. I agree, though, that you would want to have whatever appropriate penalty that that the county.
Ordinance as well.
Right. Because the ordinance is what's going to govern. I mean, if you put it in the agreement, I don't think it hurts anything, but it's not required.
Right.
The big thing is that it's in the ordinance. Now, as far as the actual amount, if you're going to deviate from any penalties, then you would want to highlight that. But as far as, I don't know if there's been discussion as to what the appropriate penalty would be, as far as whether it would be if that's something that's done in the way of a fine, or a lot of times you would give them a cure period.
Yes.
And say, hey, you've got X amount of days to cure this, and then if you don't, then this is the result, whatever that is.
Well, it could be like a drain, to get a contractor in and send them the bill to get it drained. Just have a third party come in and do it and send the developer the bill.
Could I also make another recommendation? If we were to put the penalties in our fee schedule?
The penalties, I think it would be nice to have something in here, but a penalty would be different in the 4 situations we would have: construction, installation, maintenance, or decommissioning.
Right. Well, something along the lines that we could say whatever the bill is plus the 10% or 5%.
Because I think, and I'd have to look about the percentage, but I think there's already language in the previous drainage agreement that have been done that speak to kind of what Mike was discussing, where if you bring in a contractor, the bill's sent to the developer pays it. As far as if there's a percentage to it, I'd have to go back and look because I can't remember off the top of my head. But that original proposal that Mike mentioned, I believe, is already in those agreements.
60 days?
Boy, I'd say 45, 60 days, 2 months, that's all July and August. Sitting underwater,
Right. I'm okay with that, and I think it's 45 days, and if the developer hasn't hasn't resolved the problem, hasn't fixed it, then the county has the authority to go ahead and hire a third
Bill.
party and bill the developer plus an administrative fee for having to get it done.
Okay, and
But
you're
I
saying 45 or 35?
45.
45, I will bring that to the surveyor.
Wouldn't be a big deal between December and January, but between June and August.
Okay, so you are wanting me to present language that A.P.C. had discussed in their meeting, is what you're saying? You don't want me to read all of this?
No, I
Once
think
you
we do.
continue to do what you're doing and simply state, this is not in our current U.D.O, or
Okay.
this is a revision.
Okay.
Thank you.
So all of this drainage language is a revision from what is presently in the ordinance. And this is the same language that the surveyor has presented for a few months. Drainage number 14, section corners. They shall be protected and maintained through the life of the project, including decommissioning. Developer must procure a licensed surveyor to witness and verify all section corners prior to start of construction and post-construction. Detailed certified documentation of the survey will be submitted to and approved by the surveyor. 14, drainage maintenance obligation. Throughout construction, operation, and decommissioning of the project, developer will maintain all county maintained ditches within the project area at their expense, subject to inspection and approval by the surveyor. Maintenance obligations include but are not limited to erosion control, such as washout slides, debris removal, vegetation management, and spraying.
Carla, if you would, on 13 section corners, and I'm sorry, but you're reading quickly, so I'm thinking and trying to keep up with you. For the section corners to be protected, maintained throughout the life of the project, must procure a licensed surveyor. You said prior to start and post-construction. Is there anything during the project? And if so, are there any timelines for that? Periodically every so many years, or?
Again, this is the surveyor. I do not know if that language is in or could be in the drainage agreement or is, but I will write that down for the surveyor.
Yeah, it would just be an addition to it to make sure it's not ignored for a period of 10 years, that there's regularity, that these reports are being turned in.
Sure. So the intent of the language for drainage as well as road use and decommissioning is to give a guideline on what is a requirement. They were the most important items that the surveyor and the highway superintendent had the most concerns about. So knowing that if language isn't completely written out in here, then it would be extended into the drainage agreement, our road use agreement. Jacob and I had messaged a little bit in regards to coordinating, making sure, and like he had mentioned earlier, to make sure that the language coordinates. So if there is something such as number 13 that needs extended language, that then it in turn would be in the drainage agreement.
And if it's ever challenged, Jacob, which one takes precedence? Which one is the law? Is it the agreement or is it the ordinance?
The ordinance is the law. I mean, an agreement is a civil contract. Now, you could, at the end of the day, if you're in breach of a contract, that's got its own issues, but the ordinance is the law. I mean, the only thing you want to make sure is that you don't get into a scenario where you have a conflict of, a county ordinance conflicting with a state statute, but short of that,
Sure.
it's the ordinance is the law.
So if that additional language is put into the agreement, I'm just clarifying, it really doesn't matter if it's not in the ordinance. Correct?
Right. Oh, so I think one example, and we've talked about this, is like the frost law application.
Right.
Certain counties have frost laws that by contractual agreement, they can say, hey, for purposes of this project, we're exempting somebody out for. That's one that I've seen used several times. which I don't know. I don't think Pulaski County has one.
No.
I know Jasper County does, but I don't believe Pulaski County does. So that's just an example of one. But normally, the ordinance is what is the law as far as enforcement.
Okay. That's why I'm recommending that it be in the ordinance as well, so that it's
Yeah,
not,
I mean,
it's not a loophole to get out of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a belt and suspenders approach to have it in both, because then they just reflect each other.
Drainage maintenance obligation, 15, as-built drainage mapping. Upon commencement of ground movement, construction, and decommissioning or abandonment of the CSES, developer shall provide surveyor with accurate as-built GPS coordinates for all tile lines and drainage infrastructure located throughout the project area. 16, limitation of liability. Pulaski County shall not be held liable for any damage to infrastructure to include but not limited to driveways, filter strips, fencing, while performing maintenance work on ditches, tiles in project area.
I just have my question about that is, can you expand on the, I guess, the purpose of that? So the way I'm reading this is essentially the county isn't going to sue itself.
Say that again, Jacob?
The way I'm reading that is the county ain't going to sue itself.
I took it as the developer's not going to hold the county
Because
responsible.
I guess as long as we clarify, because I mean, to me, if it's a road or it's a county bridge, I mean, it's the same entity unless they're saying that developer equipment or developer property is damaged. And maybe that's something we
I
can
see what
flesh
you're
out.
saying.
But
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
that.
Like if it's a county road,
Yes.
then
So to be more clear, then she would want to say in this to project driveways, project fencing.
yeah, and that's kind of my thing is just, if it's saying, if the intent is to say that we're not going to be held liable, like an example where this happens all the time is if there's like a drainage agreement where if they have to infringe on the 75-foot easement and the county has to get in and clean the ditch and you clip the fence, they're kind of on notice like, hey, you're in our easement, then that's kind of the risk you take as opposed to, so I just, as long as that's clear, I guess, because the way I read it, it almost seemed like it was liability on the county. So as long as that's clear.
Well, I could also
Pulaski
see,
County shall not be held liable for any damages.
To infrastructure and so, yeah, I think you could even add a line in there that just says to developer driveway,
but then if there's a participating property owner that has their own fence there that was left up, and it's not the developer's fence, though, I could see that she was also attempting to include.
or private
that as well.
property or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Okay, moving on, road use and maintenance agreement. 1, maintenance and safety assurance. The road use shall include provisions guaranteeing the CSES developer maintains, repairs, and restores all impacted Pulaski County roads during construction and post-construction. Developer must take all necessary measures to minimize road closures and mitigate safety hazards for motorists, pedestrians, neighboring residents, land users, and site personnel during all phases of construction. Road use map and approval. A detailed road use map must accompany each CSES permit application. The highway superintendent has 30 days from receipt date to review and approve. Any alterations to the approved road use map require prior written approval from highway superintendent.
Carla?
Should that be business?
Business days,
Yeah.
yes,
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing.
yes.
Same thing on number 3.
It's probably in here a couple times then in this section. Yes, I see. Road stabilization upon request by highway superintendent within 30 business days after road use maps have been approved by highway superintendent, developer shall stabilize all county maintained roads made part of the road use map prior to initiating ground movement.
We could leave that one 30. I mean, that's on.
Leave it 30,
their side.
not business days?
Yeah, that's on upon request by, so in other words, the developer has 30 days to stabilize the roads.
Okay.
I mean, they're working 6.5 days a week, right?
For road widening and upgrades, developer shall widen all county-maintained roads and intersections made part of the road use for CSES to a minimum of 20 feet where feasible prior to the start of construction. All improvements are at the developer's expense and subject to final inspection and approval by the highway superintendent. 5, construction, road repair, and reimbursement. Developer is responsible for the continuous maintenance and repair of all county-maintained roads throughout construction, utilizing a contractor approved by Pulaski County. Repairs must be completed within timeframes established by the highway superintendent. If the county incurs any costs due to developer's failure to maintain roads, the developer will reimburse the county for all expenses plus a 10% administrative fee.
Is it currently 10%?
The new fee schedule is 10%, yes.
We did some agreements, I know, at 15%, correct?
thought so.
20, 15.
I thought we did, Jacob.
Per recommendation by Barnes and Thornburg.
15. Trying to remember.
Maybe you could look that up and get
Yeah.
with Carla, because if it's a higher percentage, then we want.
I just want to
Then
make sure.
quantity.
Yeah,
Your agreement.
I'll look that up.
Yeah, I believe we went, if we want to be consistent, it was more than 10%, I know.
I guess one question and maybe this is a question for Gary, is 30 days for number 3, for the road stabilization paragraph, is 30 days realistic? I don't know.
Well, that's not every road is to be stabilized. I think it said in there that per my discretion, if there was half-mile road that needed to be ground stabilized, that's what we need.
Okay, I just didn't want to make it to where it wasn't, when carried out, that it's not practical, but if that's,
Well, a lot of it depends on how to do.
yeah.
Five, construction, road repair, and reimbursement. Oh, wait, sorry. 6, post-construction restoration. Upon completion of construction, the developer shall restore all county-maintained roads made part of the road use to a hot mix asphalt surface type consisting of a 2.5-inch wedge and level binder with a final 1.5-inch H.M.A. virgin surface. Restoration shall include shoulder stone and markings within 120 days of construction end date at the developer's sole expense. Major maintenance and upgrade notification. During operational life of the project, the developer shall notify the building inspector and highway superintendent 90 days prior to commencing any major maintenance, panel replacement, or equipment upgrades. Prior to starting such work, the developer shall secure a bond at their expense and at an amount acceptable to the Pulaski County Commissioners, Council, and Highway Superintendent, and execute a road use agreement with the Highway Superintendent for the duration of the work.
Going back up to number 6, Jacob, if the county had to reimburse themselves or to repair the roads, the 10%, would that also filter into 6 if they do not do it within 120 days?
Are you talking about like bidding?
No, I'm talking that if the developer fails to restore on number 6, if they fail to restore within 120 days and the county does it, like, we would bill the developer plus 10%.
Yes, under that.
Still be part of construction road repair.
Yes, and I did have one question too while we're on this topic, is the intent, and if it is, that's fine, just for clarification, is that they're doing this for all county maintained roads, whether they're damaged or not.
That's
Yes.
kind of our intent, get new roads.
And that's fine, I'm not trying to get in the middle
That
of
could
it.
be within I look at a lot of the counties, they come in with a set line amount of money per mile of road, so.
Yeah,
My intent was to, if you live on a gravel 99 flat, I'm hoping.
yeah, I'm not here to get in the way of that, I just want to make sure it was clear, that's all.
So did you get your question answered, Don?
But
Yes,
yes,
he told me.
Okay.
Yes.
8, decommissioning, construction, maintenance, and repair. Throughout construction and decommissioning phases, developers shall maintain and repair all roads made part of the road use according to a mandated schedule set by the highway superintendent at the developer's sole expense. If the county incurs any costs due to developers' failure to maintain roads, the developer will reimburse the county for all expenses plus a 10% administrative fee. This is one of those things where I feel like if we just put the fee language in one area instead of saying it over and over again.
I think it's a good idea to have it in there multiple times as long as it's consistent.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
9, final restoration. Upon completion of decommissioning, developers shall restore all county-maintained roads made part of the road use of the CSES to a condition superior to their pre-construction state within 120 days of construction end date at the developer's sole expense. Such repairs shall be approved by the highway superintendent.
I guess I'm just looking at this and thinking if they're going to, in what number were they required to redo all of them? Number 6, post-construction. So I'm just comparing 6 to 9.
It's in 120.
Final restoration, okay, that's post-construction, this is decommissioning, no? Yes,
This is 9 is decommissioned.
yes, okay.
Yeah, I was thinking it probably would make sense too, is if we're going to require them to give formal notice.
And
of
again,
construction.
This is where we would have some type of statement if it was not done in time,
Yes.
what happens?
So then 9 language could mirror that of 6, but then I would hate to have that in there for decommissioning because
Things change.
what if cars are flying in when they're decommissioned? We wouldn't need asphalt roads. I don't know, I'm just saying
We'll need a
that
place to
something
land.
comparable to that.
I missed what you said.
Well-
If technology changes in
Right.
30 years,
Right,
do we still want to have that hot mix in there,
Oh, I
that
see.
terminology?
Or chewing them out approved
Maybe
by
the most modern.
highway person at the time. Well, one thing I had told Don, Carla, that I would recommend on 6 too, is I know in discussion with developers for road use agreements, we're talking about a formal notice of the beginning of construction. To me, it makes sense to probably have a formal notice of the end of construction to know when these timeframes begin and commence, so that 120 days for us doesn't look like 30 days for them because they say, well, technically we weren't done, or so to me, it would make sense to have a formal notice of end of construction too, so we know when to start the clock on some of these timeframes.
Okay.
so we will put in number 9 then, the what happens if it's not done within the 120 days, correct?
I think there should be.
I do too.
Okay.
So what do we want to happen if it's not completed, if it's not done?
The developer will reimburse the county for all expenses plus 10% administrative fee.
Or whatever that administrative, oh, well,
We have to hire a contractor to do it, but
right.
another contractor.
Yeah, we talked about penalties too before. Okay, I think we're good there.
Okay, moving on to emergency response plan. There was language in the ordinance, there presently is language, but it is not as detailed as this language reads. K is adding emergency response plan shall be executed by Board of Commissioners in combination with the Sheriff, Emergency Management Coordinator, Incident Commander, and Pulaski County Fire Departments. It's listing some items in the plan, such as description of potential fire and emergency scenarios that may require a response from emergency service personnel, emergency procedures to follow in case of fire, explosion, or other potentially dangerous conditions. Site plan to include public and private water sources and fire hydrants on site which can be accessed for fire suppression. Description of site access for fire emergencies. Description of hazardous material signage plan. 24-hour contact information for developer and at least 3 representatives. Training provided to emergency response personnel at developer's expense at least 6 months prior to start date of energy production and every 2 years until decommissioning. Provide emergency response personnel with adequate safety gear at developer's expense within 6 months prior to start date of energy production.
And again, if these things don't happen, the permit is, I mean, well, can't do, permit's already been given, but they're in default. I mean, you don't want them to start that if they do not have the adequate safety gear. So if it's not given to them within 6 months prior to the start date, what do we do?
You have to approve it, don't you, Carla, for it to start producing electricity?
Yes.
So that could be one of the items on your check mark. Check sheet.
Yes. I've already started a 30-year calendar on items that need checked off, like decommissioning and tree screening and yes.
And I would say the same thing on the training, 6 months prior, so 7 and 8, they should not be able to start production until they've been trained and they have all the adequate safety gear.
Okay, site security plan is not presently in the ordinance. A site security plan executed by the commissioners and the Pulaski County Sheriff. And the developer will provide site security during construction, operation, and decommissioning of CSES at developer's expense. Stormwater quality management is in our ordinance. Natural disaster mitigation and restoration plan is not. Scope of plan, a comprehensive natural disaster repair plan for CSES shall include without limitation formal post-event protocols comprising rapid damage assessment, operational restoration strategies, proactive pre-storm mitigation measures, phase structural repair procedures. Comprehensive insurance claim management. C, the identification, handling, and proper disposal of debris and hazardous material, ensuring strict adherence to all applicable federal, state, and local environmental regulations, including but not limited to IDEM, EPA, E.M.A, and OSHA standards. Additional detailed protocol is prescribed in section 20.A6 because there is more natural disaster language back there. This is not in O is not in our ordinance, but it's still a state mandated if there's any Homeland Security needs a CDR for any structures. Just wanted to put it in black and white.
Carla, on the natural disaster mitigation restoration, when does that plan have to be submitted? Is that prior to permitting?
It is showing that it would be, since this is part of permit application, it's showing that it would be submitted with the permit application.
Okay, so before it can be issued, that has to be part, okay.
And then the additional language in regards to the natural disaster mitigation is in section 7 because section 7 is discussing operational and construction use of the project itself. Because we're hoping there's not already a natural disaster before they would even submit their application, kind of thing. P is still in the ordinance. Number 4 is in the ordinance, but the language has been altered for aggregated project applications. Aggregated projects must submit separate applications for each project area. Presently, it reads they do not have to.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Meaning, so if they have 3 solar sites, then they need to submit 3 separate applications. So in the beginning, I'll just use Mammoth as an example. So they had Central and South, they submitted them all in one. If it were under this ordinance, they would have had to submit 2 separate applications.
I think that should be defined in here. Would we be better off defining it so that it's not argumentative in the future?
Oh, to
Define what you
define it
mean by
more?
this. Yes.
Okay. So that is it for section 2.3R.
I'm on my page 8 next.
Let me see.
Section 7, is that what's
Yes,
next?
yes.
Okay, tab 4, section 7. First document is the letter from A.P.C. stating in a legally advertised special session in a hearing held on Friday, March 20th, the A.P.C. did vote in favor for section 7 text amendments. Section 7 is wind convergence and solar energy systems. 7.1A didn't change. 7.1B is here on your copy. Some of the language was adjusted to read the intent of this ordinance is to provide a regulatory scheme for the construction and operation of wind energy and solar energy systems in the county, subject to reasonable restrictions. These regulations are intended to preserve the health and safety of the public.
Carla, on the document I have, it could just be printing, but 7.1, general information, it says A purpose, and it has 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's smaller print and it's in italics.
Yeah.
Is there a purpose
Yes,
for that?
because that is language that didn't get changed. So on the version that you have, anywhere you see the smaller italicized
It's the
font.
same language.
Same language, yes.
Okay.
And I think I had noted that a while back, but I've also sent you this a couple times since then, so. So D, notification, applicability, the provisions of this subsection govern notification requirements pertaining to the siting of wind and solar and substations that generate electricity to be sold to wholesale or retail markets, or that generate electricity for on-site use by non-residential users. Residential wind and residential accessory use solar are exempt from the following notification rules. So this language was still in there. Some of the verbiage just got flip-flopped around. It's still saying a boundary of 2,640 feet from any point along solar or wind site boundary, certified mail, form 3800. It did get changed to request it within 30 days of submitting one or more applications for wind or solar permits. So this means the developer needs to submit a notice to those residents within 2,640 feet of the site. That measurement is presently what is in our ordinance, but it's 45 days, I believe now.
You're moving it to 45? or
Moving
is-
it closer, so sooner instead of letting them,
30.
30.
moving it closer to 30 days.
You're recommending 30 instead of
Yes.
45. Cutting 15 days off.
Off of the notification?
Yeah.
Why are we doing that?
Well, so the property owners would know 15 days sooner.
Okay, I must be thinking of that backwards. I'm thinking if they have 45 days, they're gonna know.
So it's 30 days of submitting an application instead of 45 days.
But 45 days gives a homeowner more time to know. What am I?
Well, 30 days gives, they will find out sooner
Sooner to the
to know
hearing.
that a permit was submitted.
They have to know within 30 days to 45 days.
So they'll know sooner now from the time.
They can't
So
drag
if
it
they
on an
bring
extra
the
15
application
days.
in April 1st, they
Right,
have to let them know by April 30th instead of May 15th.
okay. So after the application's been turned in, they have to notify homeowners
Within 30 days.
within
Yes.
30 days?
Yes.
Okay.
And,
So wait a second. So if April 1st, which I think is a horrible date as an
Sorry.
example, but anyway,
sorry,
if it's April the 1st, they have until April the 30th to notify everybody.
yes,
And
As
then-
opposed, the old language was
45.
May 15th. So people would be notified 15 days earlier than what they were.
And then
But-
the public hearing would be scheduled after that period of time?
And that's how special exceptions have, well, special exception, they have it's 45 to 60 days notice for special exception. So this would be a little different, and actually this language had been altered originally when special exception was removed also, so.
But if special exception is back in,
Then it would be, you could still have them notify property owners 30 days.
but there was 45,
It's-
no, it was
yes.
14 days, wasn't it, before the public hearing?
14 days is for, well, it's 10 to 14 days. It can't be less than 10 to 14 days. It originally was, so now it's changed to, it couldn't be less than 10 days, so now it can't be less than 45 days, but it can't be more than 60 days.
So they have to be notified for special exception 45
45
days
days.
prior to a public hearing.
Correct.
Is it after the submission, the application?
Yes. So, which I guess though, my office will have a time window that they're allotted to review the documents to make sure everything's correct before a hearing would get scheduled. So essentially, this would be giving property owners a notification that it could be happening before I'm even done reviewing the documents.
Okay, because that's never been in there before, right? I mean, the only.
No, it was
notification-
45 days, and the commissioner, your board of commissioners last spring had voted to adjust it from, it originally said 45 to 60 days, because that's what special exception is. That's why it was in there, because the language had never gotten changed in this section when special exception was removed from the ordinance.
What did we approve last year?
45 days. Instead of it saying 45 to 60 days.
We made it more specific last year.
Yes, yes.
I'm just recalling when Mammoth Solar came in, I mean, it was 2 weeks prior, the public hearing was,
That was
The first
before
notification of
that
anything.
was before the board had voted to alter their rules of procedure to adjust special exceptions for commercial projects
Okay.
on the notification process.
okay.
But it originally was, special exception was that time window.
Okay. All right.
Are you comfortable? You're
Not
gonna
100%, but okay.
Think about it.
I'll think about it, yeah. I
Is
just
the-
want to make sure I
is-
understand that.
Is the fee 2,640, is that the same?
As special exception, yes.
And that's half a mile, Carla?
Yes.
Am I right?
I'm sorry.
It's a half a mile, yeah. I'd like that to be a mile, I'd like it to be a mile at least. For anyone within a mile that's notified. Thoughts?
I think a mile would be okay. It's
To notify the
notification.
people that live
Yeah.
within a mile.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see where the difference is. But yeah, they might as well know.
Yeah.
And some other language that was changed, presently our ordinance reads that they may inform So additional notification may be done is what our ordinance reads now, but they recommend to change may to shall. So additional notification shall be done by media, separate mailing, or through the public notice requirements prescribed by Indiana code. And then this last sentence was added. Said notice shall inform landowners of the intent to build a wind or solar system and the location of said proposed build. That was not in our ordinance presently, the location.
Could you clarify E1?
E1, permits and
Yeah.
special exceptions shall be applied for and reviewed under the procedures established by this ordinance for a SES permit.
And what was it before shall?
Oh, no, I'm still in for the notification requirements.
Okay,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
went on. She wasn't right before.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Additional notifications shall
Shall be done
by
instead of
media.
may be,
Oh, maybe.
yes.
Okay.
And because it reads may be done right now. And that's another thing that the developers have all complied with, and they have submitted a notice, a legal notice in the paper when they submitted their application. So now it's just in black and white. E, the only thing that was changed was changing section letters because adding, oh no, actually, no. That was going to be if we added battery storage in there, so I don't think E had anything changed from what it reads right now. I will confirm. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. E is what's moved because solar permit application procedures was in the wind requirements. So it got moved to E.
Okay.
Prohibition, no applicant or developer shall construct, operate, or locate a wind or solar project within Pulaski County without having fully complied with the provisions of this ordinance to the satisfaction of the building inspector. Changed administrator to building inspector. So some of these sections, the only change is it originally reads administrator and just consistency, switched it to building inspector. G, conflicts of law. Nothing in this section, and in our ordinance it reads chapter, nothing in this chapter. Nothing in this section is intended to preempt other applicable state and federal laws or regulations which shall include compliance with all Federal Aviation Administration rules and regulations and shall comply with the notification requirements of the FAA. Nothing herein is intended to interfere with, abrogate, or annul any other ordinance, rule, regulation, statute, or other provision of law. In the event that any provision of these regulations imposes restrictions different from any other ordinance, rule, regulation, statute, or provision of law, the provisions set forth in Chapter 7, or that are more restrictive, or that imposes higher standards shall govern. Definitions, Chapter 8, fee schedule. 7.2, general regulations. Permit districts. Number 2 has been added. Aggregate projects. All aggregated components must maintain a minimum separate distance of 2 aerial miles from the perimeter of each designated project location.
That was 2 miles selected.
It was a number that it's been in a couple other ordinances, and that's just what they went with.
Could you explain that a little bit more for us and how, it goes back to what I earlier asked, if you could define that better.
Yes, absolutely. Floodway language is more detailed than what is presently in our ordinance. Solar projects are prohibited in a regulated floodway, flood fringe, regulated wetland, or designated conservation or wildlife area without approval as required from the DNR and the building inspector. Roof mounted, the language was switched around. I had a lot of people question the word roofs was in there. And so that just got switched, saying that the back half that runs perpendicular to the fronting street instead of saying roofs. The word exists, but it was just questioned and switched. Horizontal extension didn't change. Property value guarantee is not in the Pulaski County ordinance presently.
You skipped to number 6
Number
also.
6.
Maximum project limitation.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. That is not in the ordinance presently. An application for a CSES shall be denied if upon the date of submission, the aggregate acreage of all approved CSES within Pulaski County exceeds 8% of the total assessed agricultural land area within Pulaski County.
Carla, I think it would be beneficial to change that to total tillable farm ground. Otherwise, agricultural land is including pastures, floodplains, wooded areas. If we go with what's farmable now, what's being farmed now, then it would be more reflective. What are
Okay.
your thoughts, Don, Mike?
Just to share where the language came from. So after A.P.C had discussed this, then my office had reviewed some other ordinances in regards to how specific to put, what exact language to put in there. And that was, for the most part, what I had seen in a couple of the ordinances. I don't know the specific ones, but because it wasn't in there before, I wanted to put some language that represented what the A.P.C said. So that's just where that came from.
Well, pasture's considered farmland, right?
Yeah. And a wooded area for forestry is considered farmland as well.
I think it would be more appropriate to say tillable acreage.
On
I'm not gonna put it
the
in the woods.
crop
On the
tillable acres versus,
maximum project limitation.
well, I think my initial thought too is, and I think in a previous discussion, Carla, you and I there's been a rough calculation as to how much has already been developed, but I guess my first question would be, is that using the tillable acreage calculation, or is that using aggregate farmland or agricultural land? Because depending upon how that's defined, that number is going to shift.
Sure.
So which one, do we know how much it is now under the agricultural definition?
So under what's permitted now, it's just a little over 6%. And that's based on, Nathan, I'm going to throw you here. So on our website, 80% of Pulaski County is considered, I had gotten the figure of 80% of considered farm ground. So I don't have a specific terminology for what's classified.
The concern that I have is it just seems incredibly ambiguous as to, what does USDA say versus, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to get people that are going to attack this on either side of this issue to say, well, that definition is wrong because this authority says otherwise. The other question I would have is, depending upon which definition is used, like with the current application for the Mammoth projects, when you factor those acreage in, are you over that 8% based on the numbers we have? I don't know. but that's something we'd have to look at too.
So when, I think it was USDA figures, and the only reason why I had said something to Nathan, because I don't remember what page on our website it had said 80% of Pulaski County is farm ground, but I don't know if it's tillable or just assessed agriculture. I would assume it's assessed agriculture would be that figure.
My initial, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You finished.
Well, I was gonna say, and I might answer this, so based on that amount, that's where like I said, it's a little over 6% at what is presently permitted with all 4 developers right now.
I guess, Don, to answer your original question, my concern is that this language is a little too ambiguous for me, just because how you define it is going to have a huge implication of how many actual acres 8% is, because I'm sure you could get 3 or 4 sources of authority that are all going to be different, how it's defined, and then what that does to current projects permitted and projects that are in the permitting pipeline that, aren't there yet, right? And so to me, I think, I'm not saying that that's a killer, but I think it needs a lot of work before it would be passed, I guess, is my initial response.
According to the USDA, in 2017, agriculture acres is approximately 83.5% of all acres in Pulaski County. In 2022, it was 88.4%. So obviously it could increase or decrease, I suppose. I do think it's vague.
Well, obviously it changes back and forth.
Yeah.
Somebody clearing out woods or somebody building a big factory or back and forth, so.
How could it be changed to be more reflective at this point?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming the intent is I guess or my assumption is A.P.C's intent is to ensure that all of the farm ground in Pulaski County isn't used for solar projects, which, because of how some of the ordinances are written, I don't think that could totally happen anyways. But to me, I think at a minimum, you would want to have, when we're calculating acreage, as defined by, and then pick the source of authority you're going to use so that we don't have competing arguments. Because to me, if it's vague, you're going to have arguments from all over the place saying, well, that's not right because USDA says this or Purdue University says that. So have a clear definition of which authority you're looking at to calculate acreage. Mm-hmm. And then I think Mike's got a fair point, how often that's assessed, because if somebody takes pasture ground and tills it, or somebody cuts down forestry and tills it, that's going to alter. So I guess I don't have the solution as we sit here, but I think it's something that needs work so that it is more clear, because to me, I just think it's so ambiguous and so subjective.
Or somebody put in a nursery, a 40-acre nursery, is that still tillable?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just so subjective right now that I think the practical enforcement of that's going to be difficult. Not that it can't be accomplished, but it just would need to be studied further.
I'm okay with going with the USDA's recommendation for what it is, Don, per what you just said, the USDA.
Mm-hmm. But that changes every year.
I think it's every 5 years they do the ag census. That's probably
it was 17 and 22.
That's probably your most objective metric, is if whatever, but then on the side, they have both a acres in farms line and then an acreage in the tillable that they divide. So one includes non-farm land, farmstead property buildings, and one is just the tillable property.
And the other point that's changing gears, but with this, the other point that's been brought up over the time is it fair to the landowner? Is it legal to do this? In the future, let's say it's 8%, in 10 years, is it legal for us to have a standard in there because their neighbor was able to sign up for it? Now they're not, because we've reached the 8%.
But I think we have to consider Counties all over the United States are doing this. They are putting limitations in place where as commissioners, our goal isn't to let everybody do what they want to do. That is why we have zoning. And we're talking about going back to the Wild West and just saying, there is no zoning. Anyone can do whatever they want to do. Every county around us has put some type of protection in place. And we're saying it's whatever any landowner wants to do. We can't do that.
Well, that's why we have ordinances in place, but I truly believe it's a fair and the right question to ask, though.
I
You don't think
disagree.
it's- you
I
don't think-
disagree.
You disagree that it's wrong to ask a question that's legal? If
I
the
think
situation's
if it's,
legal or
I
not?
think if that many counties in the state of Indiana are putting parameters in place saying we're either going to cap it, we're going to ban it, we're going to allow a certain percent, all these other counties can't be wrong. If they were all concerned about legal challenges, they would not be.
Well, I guess the only comment I would make to that is they're not wrong until it goes to the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals, and then there's precedent set, and then it either gets overturned or it doesn't, and maybe it doesn't. My initial thought would be is, some of these regulations too, just the mere practicality of with setbacks, with some, road frontage requirements, or there's going to be a certain amount of these projects that cannot be built because it would be impossible to do so with certain zoning regulations.
Sure.
And I think the whole special exception being brought back, that's going to have a huge impact on that. And I'm not saying from a legal standpoint that the percentage of land is just barred by law. I'm just saying, I think we need to study it more before we just rubber stamp 8%, because what are we talking about 8%? And the other question is, and I don't know the answer to this off the top of my head, is with the current the current project that's in the permitting process that goes through, are you already in trouble because now you're over 8% and you're in violation of your own stat? You know what I mean? Like
But I disagree, Jacob. I mean, there has been no permit application put in for that yet. And if we are constantly a county that is running scared of developers because they've done A, B, C, and D, then this county may as well fold, because we are saying we are afraid of every developer that's out there, and we're not going to make decisions because we're afraid of a legal lawsuit.
Well,
and I don't see any other county doing what we are doing. I'm very concerned that we are so afraid to stand up for Pulaski County. As commissioners, it's our job to protect the safety of our entire county. And if we just allow anybody to do whatever they want because we're afraid a developer might sue us, then we may as well fold.
I think
We're not, this is ridiculous.
I think we've
what I'm
made a
hearing.
lot of progress here with helping go through this. And I just wanted to ask a question.
And I understand
Okay, and I think I need to ask questions. I'm not going to rubber stamp anything. I think we need to ask questions. And I think we've made progress, and we need to continue to go through this and make progress with this recommendation in front of us. And I understand what you're saying.
I think there's a
and I
way to do
respect
that, even if it's not 8%, to say, okay, I mean, I'm okay going with the USDA. Whatever the USDA says on the rest of how she has it, we need to make some progress here and not keep giving a blank check to everybody who walks through this door. We owe it to the county to protect the county, and I don't see that happening when we're just going to kick it on down the field again. We'll talk about it later. We'll get more defined later. No one else in the state of Indiana is doing what we are doing.
Well, we're on page 10 now. I'd like to continue.
Well, we can continue. It does.
The other thing too that I think
Absolutely.
that what I would advise is that the three of you also consider is there's the issue of, and I know there's been discussion too of a solar moratorium, which may or may not come to pass, but there's, I think, two separate conversations to your analysis of what you just said. There's the future applicants, and then there's things that are in the pipeline, because from a legal standpoint, those are two very different conversations about projects that have been in the work, where contracts have been negotiated, economic development agreements have been executed. That's very different than somebody who's showing up a month from now and saying, hey, I'm kind of interested about this. Those have two very different ramifications as to if these go into effect. So it is different. And so like right now, as far as I'm aware, there's one developer that's kind of on the doorstep that we're dealing with but I wouldn't go so far as to paint it with one big brush and say all developers. I think we have to be mindful of what the county has already committed to in the form of contractual agreements, and the fact that the county is currently in the midst of those with one developer versus what do we do with developers moving forward? Though, because those two have very different ramifications on how these are carried out, if that makes sense. So that's
And
my
the
2 cents.
ramification is we would be afraid of being.
Well, I mean, so I'll just say, I mean, the ramification for the Mammoth projects is twofold. One is we have an economic development agreement that's been executed that has language in it that essentially says that the county will publicly support the project in exchange for economic development payments to come in. If you are then passing legislation and regulations that kill a project, the developer is well within their right to say, hey, that's fine, but then we are not going to pay you the economic development. So that is, and you guys can make that decision. If you're like, hey, we don't care about $50+ million, that's fine. But that's a real result of doing that. The other one is, there is a legal argument for vested rights of a developer saying, hey, we have negotiated a project, spent millions of dollars in preparation, and then at the 11th hour, all the rules of the game are changed, versus a new developer who comes in, who is on notice that says, hey, these ordinances are on the books, they've been on the books. So it is a different analysis. There are two very different end games for how that's handled, if that makes sense.
I understand that, and we can go ahead and move on. My concern is that we're looking at percentages and all this, and I just feel like we're, again, leaving the county wide open. But we've done that for 6 years, despite research and maybe what's in our best interest as a county as a whole. Go ahead.
C, at the bottom of 9C, horizontal extension, the only change is the ordinance presently reads in this chapter, and it is clarified now just to read chapter 7 instead of saying in this chapter. Another item that is not presently in the Pulaski County ordinance, property value guarantee. As a condition of the special exception granted to developer, a property value guarantee agreement shall be implemented for the CSES. This guarantee shall protect the fair market value of all non-participating residential dwellings owned by property owners within a 3-mile radius of the CSES as of the effective date of the BZA approval.
How will that be determined?
So in some general conversation with the A.P.C, and I told them I honestly don't have good information for a property value guarantee on what to determine. What it had been discussed in the past was an appraisal would be done by the property owner and then one by the developer. Now, the legal in between there, I am not confident on offering good information from that. I do have 2 copies of property value guarantees that have been, either one is just a blanket model PVG, and another one is from another county that they are using. So this is something that I feel I would definitely want to get Jacob involved in this process. I did see where some counties, the property value guarantee was distributed through the economic development director. Sorry.
Repeat that?
A couple counties, they have the property value guarantee go through the economic development office.
And
Because it would go as part of the EDA, I suppose. Again, I'm sorry, it's not necessarily a land use for me, so I don't have the full knowledge to share in regards to it.
Well, if it was valued at $1 million, then the county could assess it for $1 million on property tax until the developer bought it out, right, to the private owner.
If the state were to go by appraised value for assessments, then yes.
Had to make you maybe want a low one until you sold it and then want a high one when you sold it.
Well, my feeling is the property value guarantee needs to be in there, and I'm okay with the way it reads for tonight. If there's, the details of that can be worked out like on everything else, but property value guarantee needs to be in there.
And I'm more than happy to get some samples from other from other places of how that's calculated and circulate that for your review to see how, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just think we need to study it more, but I think if we can get 3 or 4 samples of how it's been applied, and then you guys can decide what you want to build into the ordinance, I think that makes a lot of sense.
I'll send you the portions of the specific ordinances and the property value guarantees that I do have.
Okay, so are we able to vote on this tonight, the property value guarantee, to leave it in?
I think we have a lot of suggestions for Carla to take back, and I think we need to review what's written in there.
Is there a reason that that information couldn't have been presented to us tonight, the different?
Honestly, it was just recommended to put in the ordinance at their last meeting, so I have not studied on it.
I'm just going to state again, anything I see protecting property owners tonight in Pulaski County is being pushed down the field. It's just, I think this is enough to leave in tonight and say we will have a property value guarantee for people within 3 miles of a commercial solar installation.
Liability?
So the figures for liability, none of this has changed based on what is presently in our ordinance. It was just some language cleanup with it, but I know that we briefly talked about this a couple months ago and didn't know if these figures would need to be altered in any sense.
I think, honestly, I was talking with my husband this morning. As a small business owner, I have to have a $2 million aggregate to sell ice cream, individually, personally, from a vending unit. My husband has to carry $2 million for one semi-tractor trailer. So I look at this and I see 5 million for the size of the projects we have here in the county. And I think that's a drop in the bucket compared to what the largest installation in the United States should be carrying. This is not even.
No, I can understand that. That's why I wanted to ask and let your board know that these figures have not changed based on what was originally placed in the ordinance.
Was there any discussion with A.P.C about it?
No.
And I don't think A.P.C has to make a recommendation. I think as
No,
commissioners.
it was just
we
a
can say-
question, to see if they even discussed it.
Mhm.
I feel like it would be nice to get some information from an insurance company, honestly, I didn't feel comfortable recommending figures. I do agree with you about the fees for my photography. I have to cover $1 million for a camera, so I understand.
I have no problem with increasing it to a reasonable amount, whatever that reasonable amount is. I understand from a business owner standpoint, having X amount. If it's based upon the kilowatt, I don't know, maybe talking with other people, other ordinances to see what they say, if it's based upon kilowatt or how that is designed.
I have seen that in a few other ordinances, yes. And what I thought about doing too was some of the larger entities that we have, reaching out to those because they have given me their liability insurance, and reaching out to the agents to see if they can offer some insight on where these numbers come from.
It definitely needs to be increased significantly for the size of the projects we have here in the county.
I wonder who their insurance carrier is.
For Mammoth,
Yeah.
are you? They actually just sent me some updated liability, and so I still have it on my desk. I can check. That's why I was thinking I would call them. Their contact information's on there.
I thought might have to be somebody like Lloyd's of London.
It's nobody local.
Well, Lloyd's of London, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
They'll
don't think I
insure
saw
nuclear
that
plant.
name. I'm not certain though.
The carrier might be insured by them.
Yeah.
So in letter B, the language was just altered a little bit based on what it presently reads now. It's still reading for the most part the same. The developer shall defend, indemnify, and hold harmless Pulaski County and its officials and agents from and against any and all claims, demands, losses, lawsuits, causes of action, damages, injuries, costs, expenses, and liabilities whatsoever, including attorney's fees without limitation, arising out of acts or omissions of the developer associated with the construction and or operation of the wind or solar project. Decommissioning language has been altered a little bit. For the most part, it's the same. And I know that we had spoken at our last meeting in regards to some decommissioning, and I'm hoping that as I'm reading, if there's something that you recall from what we had discussed, that you could just interject at any time. Decommissioning plan components. Developers shall submit with their application a decommissioning plan in accordance with this section that shall include the following: security obligations. The developer shall provide and maintain throughout the project's life cycle written financial assurance guaranteeing proper decommissioning of all facilities upon end of life or in the event of abandonment. Assurance must explicitly detail the procedures for fund distribution to Pulaski County. Developer shall grant the county procedures for fund distribution. Developer shall grant the county or its authorized agents reasonable access to the site to facilitate decommissioning activities. The county reserves the right to seek injunctive relief to enforce compliance with decommissioning obligations. In the event decommissioning costs exceed the secured financial assurance, the developer or its successors and assignees shall reimburse the county for all excess costs, including reasonable attorney fees. The county retains the right to file and enforce liens against any real property which the developer or its successors hold an interest to recover all excess costs. Cost estimate. Developers shall submit a detailed itemized cost estimate prepared by a qualified independent third-party contractor for the complete decommissioning, demolition, and removal of the wind or commercial solar facility, including site restoration. This estimate must be certified by a professional engineer licensed by the state of Indiana or another qualified expert with demonstrated verifiable experience in wind and solar decommissioning. Financial assurance. Developer shall provide and maintain financial assurance in any amount no less than the certified cost estimate net of expected salvage value of the facility components.
Carla, I'll
Yes,
stop you right there. We've discussed before.
with the 150%.
What was I thought it was 125%. Did we say 150%?
It was over 100%. I don't recall.
Yeah, I think it was 125 is my
Was it
memory.
125?
It was at 125% of the cost estimate. And also, net of expected salvage, somewhere in there, if you recall, we said, or it was discussed by Barnes and Thornburg, that if any of this ground has liens on it, that there is no salvage component. So the salvage would be taken out. So it probably needs to read the same way, that, you know, if the ground is able to have liens placed on it, there will be no salvage value at the end of the decommissioning.
Jacob, do you have something out there you could send Carla?
Yes, yep.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
from the decommissioning agreement.
Yes. So some of the, just for your reference, some of the language in the battery storage text I had given you does reflect a little bit of this portion, does reflect a little of what we had talked about the other day. The security is subject to approval by the Board of Commissioners and County Council. Financial assurance shall be executed via a performance bond, irrevocable letter of credit, escrow account, or an alternative instrument deemed acceptable by the county. Financial assurance shall remain in full force and effect throughout the entire operational life of the project and shall be updated every 5 years or upon transfer and ownership.
I believe we said 3.
I think you're
Ring a
right.
bell?
I think
I
so
agree
too.
with you. I think we said 3.
Release of security. Said financial security shall be released only upon the proper decommissioning of each tower, solar array, and associated improvements. Compliance shall be verified by the building inspector, who may at their sole discretion engage a third-party firm to assist in determination. All costs associated with third party will be reimbursed to the county by the developer.
And we should also put in there, hold on here. No, leave it. Go ahead.
Plan details. Developer shall provide a comprehensive description of decommissioning and demolition methodology, identify all participating parties involved, and establish a definitive timeline for the completion of such work. Plan updates. The developer or its successors and assignees shall update the decommissioning plan every 3 years. Updated plans must adhere to the specifications established herein and are subject to the final approval of the building inspector. Notice of intent. Developer shall submit written notice of intent to decommission any wind or solar at least 60 business days prior to commencement of decommissioning activity.
Did we put business? Did we discuss 60 business days? Is it, what's written here, 60 days?
Right. And I had thought that's when we had said for business days, since it is a written notice.
I know we talked about 25 days with the road use.
Right,
agreement, But I don't
right.
recall talking about that.
Okay.
It's 60 business days is a long time as
Okay.
compared to 60 days for the developer to submit written notices. So I think we're better off with calendar.
Just leaving
days.
it without saying business days. Okay, that's fine. I just spoke that just because of our conversation.
And I think it'd probably be wise to put in here somewhere that if business days is not mentioned, that it's calendar day. That way there's a clear definition somewhere. Not necessarily in this section, but somewhere at the beginning or end.
Okay. Discontinuation and abandonment. Discontinuation of use. A, following the completion of construction and commencement of operation, any wind or solar that ceases energy production for a period of one consecutive year shall be deemed to have a discontinued use. Such system shall be deemed abandoned unless a maintenance plan and schedule for returning the wind or solar to active service is submitted to and approved by the building inspector. This approved plan must be reduced to a binding contract. If, to the satisfaction of the building inspector, a plan for the renewal of operations is not implemented, the developer must initiate decommissioning, removal, and site restoration within 1 year of the last recorded date of energy production. Abandonment and financial assurance. In the event of abandonment by the developer shall provide an affidavit to the building inspector representing that all easements for wind or solar contain terms guaranteeing financial assurance for the property owners. Financial assurance shall include but not be limited to access to the salvage value of the equipment to ensure that facilities are properly decommissioned within 1 year of project's expiration or earlier termination. C, removal. Developer's obligations shall include removal of all physical material pertaining to the project improvements, including but not limited to towers, turbines, solar panels, foundations to a depth of 48 inches below grade, roads and electrical components. Removal must commence within 1 year of the deemed abandonment. A reasonable estimated completion date must be approved by the Pulaski County Building Department.
Carla, 48 inches below grade, but yet again on our ditches, I believe we went through that earlier, about an hour and a half ago. I think that was that 6 feet or 5 feet?
It's 5 feet trenching under.
So do we want them to remove things under ditches when they leave? Or leave that there?
We talked about that because of the culverts and things like that, but we also discussed, our recommendation last time was anything below the surface must be removed. That's what we've discussed in agreements.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need to say everything below the surface must be removed.
Because we discussed like conduit, they might be used for something else, but
Right.
in 30 years, we might not even be using that.
Right.
So I think we need to remove everything.
One comment I would have as to things with just drainage board is that you may want to include some language leaving discretion on the removal. That's up to the drainage board. I'm just thinking if ditches and those things change, I could foresee a situation where removing it creates more problems than it solves. And if you give it to the drainage board at the time, then they can make the call. If their surveyor says, hey, we're taking this out, it's going to cost the county X amount of dollars to rip wrap and reconstruct the ditch. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Maybe just discretion in general, not
At the
necessarily.
discretion of the drainage.
Well, what if it also going to roads, bridges, maybe we just put discretion in 30 years.
Yeah, I think at
county's
drainage,
discretion?
At counties, yeah. Well, let's not just say counties, but at county or drainage board, because commissioners are the drainage board.
Yeah, just put discretion
But
of
not
commissioners.
always.
At the discretion of the commissioners.
Yeah, except for the drain, I think you'd have to say the drainage, because the drainage board is who has jurisdiction over the drain.
Right.
But the other things, yes, it'd be the commissioners.
Discretion of the proper authorities.
Proper county authority. Okay. D, notice of default. Prior to implementation of procedures for the resolution of development default under the decommissioning plan, the building inspector shall provide written notice to the developer detailing alleged defaults. Such written notice shall provide the developer a reasonable time period not to exceed 60 days to resolve alleged defaults.
I think we said 60 days was too much. I
We
think
know
we
it's not
shortened, I think we
business, right?
shortened that.
Because it's, right, since it's not business.
You recall?
I don't recall the exact day. For some reason, 45 sticks out in my head, but
Goes to me too.
We talked 45 about something with the ditch, right? So just a while ago.
But we said we wanted to be consistent. Yeah, and I think that would make us consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
45 days.
45.
Okay. Costs incurred by county. In the event the county exercises its rights to remove project improvements, the county shall be authorized to sell, salvage, or otherwise dispose of improvements to defray removal costs. The decommissioning plan shall grant an irrevocable license and right of entry to Pulaski County and its agents to enter the property for the purpose of enforcing any rights under the decommissioning plan. Continuity of decommissioning plan. The terms, conditions, and obligations of the decommissioning plan shall run with the land and be binding upon the developer as well as any and all of developer's successors, assignees, heirs, or transfers in interest. (713) Regulations on accessory use. B, site-specific regulations. As appropriate to the site of the proposed installation, its zoning district and its neighboring use and distance therefrom, visual buffering in the form of evergreen landscaping and/or an earthen berm shall be installed unless the neighboring resident property owner waives this requirement or the building inspector waives any or all of these requirements based on the district and neighboring uses. Security measures to limit risks to health and welfare, including but not limited to fencing, shall be installed around accessory use SES to the building inspector's satisfaction. Now, this is for accessory use language, not commercial, what I just read.
This is for what?
It's for accessory use. That's why 713 regulation on accessory use SES.
Okay, so this is not
And B is
commercial.
site-specific regulation, and then the last sentence, it says shall be installed around the accessory use SES. Yes.
Okay,
it's
so where you're
just-
talking about resident or property owner waiving the requirement for the berm, are we talking?
It's
commercial
for
or-
if somebody gets an array in their, behind their barn, kind of thing.
So it's a personal.
Personal, yes,
Okay.
accessory use, so
Okay.
residential use. Okay, 714, safety design and installation standards. This is for commercial solar energy systems. 2, manufacturer specification detailed data sheet for key components shall be submitted with the permit application.
Carla, in the future, when they replace the solar panels, are we also requiring them to give this sheet?
The specifications, that's a good point. So number 2 could read, manufacturer specification detailed data sheets for key components shall be submitted with CSES permit application and with all replacement maintenance or all replacement and upgrades.
If you really want the sheet and keep it updated, they're going to replace them eventually.
Okay, this is the same language we've talked about, but different than what's presently in the ordinance. Perimeter buffer, 1, fencing. A, all ground-mounted electrical and controlled equipment for CSES shall be surrounded by a fence with a minimum height of 6 feet unless any state of Indiana or federal agency guidelines require otherwise. Fencing shall be set at a minimum distance as prescribed in Table 7.3 minimum setbacks, and we will get to that. C, fencing shall not include barbed wire and be permeable for wildlife passage consistent with guidelines of state and federal wildlife agencies. Alternative fencing can be used if the site will incorporate agrivoltaics and said fencing is approved by the building inspector with a third-party agency chosen by the building inspector with costs incurred paid for by the developer. Fencing shall be visibly shown to scale on site plans listing appropriate setbacks and gate locations. And the project shall be designed to be accessed through locked gates. Landscaping, screening and location. The planting of landscaping evergreens along the perimeter of the CSES shall be required on the outside of the perimeter fencing closest to the solar panels and where facing all habitable dwellings fit for human occupation on non-participating properties within a half-mile of a CSES. Landscaping, trees, brushes, and shrubs shall not be seeded or planted less than 40 feet from the center of the right-of-way. B, buffer design and ecological standards. The landscape buffer shall be designed by a horticulturalist with the goal of balancing ecological, environmental practices with the desire to maintain compatibility with the existing landscaping and shall be consistent with prudent ecological design considerations to include landscaping designed to create a natural-looking, semi-opaque area that prevents direct visual line of sight between the developed area and neighboring properties, public areas, and right-of-ways. Height. Evergreens selected for landscape buffer shall reach a maximum height of 20 feet or less in 20 years and must be at least 6 feet tall at lowest green branches by the beginning of on-site energy production.
Carla, where did that come from? We've talked about this.
That is what is in the ordinance, but it was discussed in regards to what are you going to consider, where is 6 feet? So the language, so what is in the ordinance now? Well, so the 20 feet or less is based on conversations we have had.
Right. I'm talking about the 6 feet tall.
6 feet tall is what's in the ordinance now, but the lowest green branches is not in the ordinance because it was questioned, what are you considering 6 feet? Where will the measurement come from? Because some pines, for example, can have a 4-foot dead tree trunk and then green, so.
I mean, that's a lot. Are you? 6 feet high at the beginning of
And that's
on-site
also-
energy.
yes,
I mean,
and
I'm
that's
okay
something
with
that-
that because we're talking pretty tall pines that are going to have to be established before their production starts. I've just wondered where the 6 feet tall at lowest green branches came from.
Well, and the ordinance presently reads 6 feet. I just didn't have a measurement tool on where to base it.
So it's from what point to what point?
Top of the ground to the top of the tree?
I guess that's how I would measure 6 foot.
It'd be like a regular Christmas tree then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not what this reads.
Right. And if you want to take out the lowest green branch,
That would be 7, 8 foot.
I mean, that's a lot. I've never heard that.
It would be
Described
simple.
that way.
Wouldn't it be easier to understand from the top to the ground?
I think
it's
so.
from the top of the tree to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. That had gotten put in a couple months ago and nobody said anything and I still was questioning it and I thought, well, okay, just say at least 6 feet tall from top of tree to ground.
Yeah.
And again, if they're not, then what?
They plant a new one.
Before they begin energy production? They have a 6 foot tall tree before they start energy production? Or they don't start? A lot of ground to cover. But,
They're the 3 foot
Or-
ones I see.
yeah.
Do, Carla, while we're at a stopping point here with, are you okay with this language? Because I don't, landscaping, we're dealing with landscaping now.
I know.
Is this everything that we've been discussing? Does this cover everything? I'm not, Carla, and the two of you, is this what we want? I'm not saying it's not, it's just that we've spent a lot of time talking about landscaping.
Yes.
I think
know.
it's what,
You good?
So based on what, because this language has not changed for a couple months. The most altered that was done was after our first meeting we had in regards to landscaping. So this is what you've seen, except the only where it's highlighted trees, brushes, and shrubs in the first part of number 2.
Okay.
and you've got evergreens in there, so,
And I
Yes.
know you have ground
Specific
cover
to that.
somewhere in here.
yeah.
Sorry, just wanted to make sure we're doing what we're,
Sure.
I've been talking we're gonna do.
So on C height, you're going to add.
So we
prior
would
to-
take out where it reads lowest green branches and state 6 feet tall from top of tree to ground.
Yes.
Right, by
By the beginning of on-site energy production or
production cannot begin. I mean, however, Jacob, help us out.
I'd say it's, and I guess there's not a notice requirement on the front end of that, is there?
there's not a what, I'm sorry.
Notice requirement?
No.
I guess the other day when we spoke about this on the, are you talking about from the start of the project? I want to make sure we're talking.
It just says, at the beginning of on-site energy production, but what if we've got 500 dead trees out there? Do they still just get to start production, or trees are, they're not that height, or what's the penalty? I guess the question is, what's the penalty?
Well, I guess my initial thought would be to your thing about the dead trees. I mean, you could probably put a requirement in there that any dead or debris or brush or whatever be cleared first, which would take care of that. As far as the penalty goes, I know in the past we've talked about, I don't know how, unless you pick some kind of arbitrary number, how you would do the, the 5 with the 10% administrative fee that's been discussed in the past. I don't know 10% of what, but to me, I think you'd probably want to incorporate it in your fines that you have generally, whether if it's going up to $2,000 per period of time, then you can pick how much time you're going to give them. But to me, I think you just have to come up with a number.
Mm-hmm. And I'm
I
okay with
think that's
that
a
if we want
policy
to put
issue,
it.
not really a legal issue. You guys decide what you
Right.
think is appropriate.
Add it to our fee schedule. And
Yeah,
then
for every day that they're not replaced, it's a fine. I mean, it's a penalty. We're going to have to decide what the fine is, but
Yeah, or to hire.
What?
Well, I was gonna say, or, similar to like road use things where the county has somebody else do it and they pay the cost plus a marked up administrative fee associated with having to do it.
Handling fees.
who's going to plant trees in the county?
I mean,
Well, the contractor?
I mean, you're just going to hire
Well,
somebody to come in?
Commissioner from District 1.
I mean, I do know that like
I don't want to be in the plant treeing business. Neither does Gary, neither do you, neither does our surveyor. So it's a fine. We don't need our people planting trees.
And we'll get a contract.
the reason I bring it up is I do know that, and I only know this because I have a brother in that business, that's private gardening or tree companies will submit bids for these types of work. And so you could hire a company to come and, not county employees, and then whatever the cost is, the developer pays plus a.
Well, Slusher out of Logan does a lot of the interstates and stuff.
And if they don't
Put
pay
that
the
in there
fine,
plus 10%.
so what are we putting in?
At the county.
The county?
Reimburse the county plus 10%. That's consistent with what we've done with others, right? But I don't want our people planting trees.
So
Yeah, there's plenty
Okay.
of people in that business. Landscaping.
Okay, D, approval. All landscaping must meet the building inspector's standard of approval, who may require developer to upgrade installed vegetation screening to satisfy such standards. Waiver, all property owners subject to the benefits of this section retain the right to waive the planning requirements unless such plantings are designed to provide screening between the CSES and a public right-of-way within a half mile of a residential structure. Such waiver shall be recorded at the Pulaski County Courthouse within 30 days of execution of waiver and submitted to the building inspector at such time.
Why are we giving this is to the other commissioners, why are we giving the option for people to waive the planting requirements?
Plus there's nothing dirtier than trees, they might not like them.
Is that in our current ordinance?
It is.
If there's a waiver. My concern is if they move, new owners are going to have nothing.
Well, they can plant them. Their property.
I'd like to see it out, but. Go ahead, maintenance.
Okay. Maintenance, landscape buffering shall be maintained and dead growth shall be removed and replaced by developer promptly. Complaints and compliance. The building inspector will provide an online grievance form for the public to report concerns regarding landscape buffering. The form will require users to include the exact locations and descriptions of any alleged defects or deficiencies. The developer will be required to review each complaint with the building inspector and work with the inspector to improve any defect or deficiencies to the inspector's satisfaction within 30 days of complaint review should the building inspector believe a defect exists.
Carla, just on.
Together with a third-party vendor or a third-party professional entity.
How far apart are these trees? Is that stated here?
No, it's not.
It's usually 18 feet.
It's around 18, yeah.
Could it be in here?
We could put that in there.
And then on F, on maintenance, it probably needs to read the same way that,
The fee plus 10%?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
What letter?
F
the one we
maintenance.
just,
F.
yeah, the one we were talking about. You know, we talked about C, what happens if it's not?
Yeah.
Okay,
I just didn't know what letter.
okay.
So, 2A, screening and location. The planting of landscaping evergreens along the perimeter of the CSES shall be required 18 feet apart on the outside of the perimeter fencing.
Okay,
2 rows, 18 feet, be that specific also?
I think you need to be.
Okay.
If that's what we're requiring now, I think it should be in writing.
Okay, lighting. All lighting shall be limited to the intensity reasonably required for safety, inspection, repair, maintenance, and operational purposes. Lighting requires shielding so that no direct light extends beyond any CSES facility.
And if not, fined again. If not corrected within a certain period of time per building inspector.
$30 business days,
Oh, no, quicker than that.
14 business days, 10?
I would say 10. I mean, like I say, I don't know if they're shielding on the lights currently, but I've got, 17 lights shining right in my window, and they can't be shielded. So 10 days, it doesn't take much, I don't think, to shield. What does it take to shield a light? I don't know, but.
A blind, don't you have any blind?
This is mostly
I don't have to do
construction. Kurt.
During the lighting, they'll keep lights up throughout the life of the project, but the lay-down yards will be removed, so the lights in the lay-down area will be gone.
Yeah. Tell me I can't go outside at night if I'm having 17
I
lights.
guess when I drive by other solar fields, I don't see lights.
Come to
You're
my
right.
house.
No, well, that's during construction. I'm
Right,
talking
during
after
construction.
construction.
Yeah, but I'm just saying during construction, they need to be shielded.
The signage D this is what is in our ordinance, and there were 2 sign sections, so they were combined. Number 2 is not presently in the ordinance. All regulated and non-regulated signage shall be set to Indiana manual uniform traffic control devices. So that manual standard. 3 is the same, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 is not in the ordinance. All signage at entrance and exit sites and near all public right-of-ways to be commercially fabricated, professionally presented, weatherproof and UV resistant, and shall be maintained by developer throughout the life of the project. Spray painted, handwritten, or similar non-commercial signage shall not be permitted at or near any entrance or exit within or adjacent to any and all right-of-ways. At lot gates entrances to the facility, the following shall be provided: a sign showing the names and phone numbers of the electric utility provider, the site operator, and an emergency contact, as well as the facility's 911 address and GPS coordinates, and B, lockbox with keys. To F, number 4 has been added. Underground utility marking requirements. All buried electrical, fiber optic, and telecommunications lines shall be clearly marked at all roadway and drainage ditch crossings. Such markings must adhere strictly to the American Public Works Association uniform color codes and meet the standards set forth in the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. However, in discussion with this, I would like us to add that they would be marked during installation. That, Mike, that was the language that, okay.
Yeah, they need to, they pull a tape that says underground cable or underground whatever it is, right, as they dig the trench.
During installation, okay.
Yeah.
And that would be at the end of the first
It all
sentence.
goes in together, stays 2 foot above it, and whenever they start digging, they hit it.
G, material handling, storage, and disposal, solid waste. All solid waste generated from the construction, operation, maintenance, or decommissioning of any CSES, including but not limited to supply packaging, decommissioned parts, energy storage components, and maintenance materials shall be removed from the site promptly and disposed of in accordance with all federal, state, and local laws. Hazardous materials. All hazardous materials or waste related to any CSES must be properly stored, contained, and labeled at all times. Any hazardous materials not managed in accordance with I.D.A standards shall be properly removed, transported, and disposed of immediately as directed by I.D.A.
I think we need to add on that one also that a letter will be issued by the building department if it is not picked up, with a number of days when it has to be cleaned up, or penalties assessed, fines assessed. Because there's nothing that is forcing them to clean anything up.
Did you say health department or building inspector?
Building inspector. Written notification if trash is still out, because I know they're out doing it now after all the storms, but it took complaints to get it done expediently.
Ground area shall be covered with low-growing native perennials with an emphasis on pollinators for the purpose of erosion control, and shall be established and maintained at the project site around and under solar panels and in buffer areas for the life of the CSES project. Consultation with a horticulturalist or other relevant experts approved by the building inspector shall be part of the development process to ensure that planting and tracker panel layout at each solar energy site comply with the following. And the italics has not changed.
How does that affect if they have sheep or doing other things out there? Agrivoltaics.
So the ground cover would be part of agrivoltaics. I'm sure that there are certain native perennials sheep probably can't eat. I don't know that. This is vague information on how it reads. which is why it's stating consultation with relevant experts can help with that process for it. So if the project specifies that they're doing agrivoltaics for the sheep, they should be able to determine that on their site plan. Like right now in the south portion, the areas that they're incorporating the agrivoltaics, they have them classified differently from the others.
Thank you.
So in this area, if you would like to consider language stating, or even in the permit application, that if they're doing agrivoltaics, to have that marked on the site plan to
Some
verify.
counties are, I've been told that some counties throughout the country are requiring it.
The requiring,
If they have sheep or other.
oh,
farming.
sure. No,
It's
that's
becoming a
fine.
requirement. I guess they can have bees and such, but
So I will add, because we say it's an option, the language is in there, but we can specify in section 2.3R.
that's great.
Okay, other applicable SES standards. Noise not to exceed 50 is in the ordinance now, measured from the nearest property line. This restriction is not expected to be met during project construction or short-term periods of maintenance, including groundskeeping such as mowing, except, this has been added, except between 7, well, nope, that's not true. It is still 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Never mind. I thought the board
Is that in here?
Pardon?
Saturday saying 7:15 a noise.
Right here on my sheet.
That it says Saturday?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the number again?
7:15 a noise.
I don't have that page.
It's page 19.
Mine aren't numbered, but I don't see
I don't
the
have
page.
7:15 anywhere.
I got 7:16.
Oh, the ordinance 7:15, not the time.
No, it's this one, ain't it? Operation and maintenance.
Other
Physical-
applicable SES standards, 7:15.
No, we don't have it.
I do.
You got 7:15. Yeah,
Ordinance.
you do.
Yeah.
I don't.
This was emailed to us, and I know it's,
Okay, this is the one I got today.
So
Hold
it's-
on, maybe it's in here. Yeah. 7:14.
I think this was the last version emailed to us.
I didn't see what you handed me.
It's,
But that's okay, I'll catch up to you on this.
it's 50 in the current ordinance.
Um,
And-
50 decibels, yes, 7
And-
p.m. to 7 a.m.
Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but groundskeeping such as mowing, except 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So what does the except mean? They cannot mow between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m.? Is that
Correct.
Okay. If that's what it means.
And then do you have glare then, Jenny?
No, but I'm pulling it up on internet. It'll load for me.
Is glare on rule?
He's got the same copy I have. It doesn't have 7:15.
So, well, there's no change on glare, so
How is glare defined?
just reflecting onto residents or public roadways.
So is that determined by the building inspector?
Yes. I don't know who else would do it, honestly.
Should that be in here?
Yes, that's, yes.
That's in our current ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. And you have mitigation here, which is good.
Yeah, the feeder lines, interconnection, those are, not operations. Wait, what page are you on? I'm sorry. Code compliance?
Still on 7.15,
Okay.
and we're ready for C, feeder lines and utility
Okay.
interconnections.
Underground installation requirements to the extent technically feasible and consistent with established industry standards. All AC feeder lines or AC collection cabling for CSES shall be installed underground. Above ground installation is permitted only for necessary equipment to include transformers, inverters, switchyards, substations, and associated control systems.
That's in our current language.
Yes. This was just broken out a little bit more.
Okay.
And then the same for interconnection compliance also. And code compliance verification. In the event the developer requests adjustments to the design or installation that deviate from the NEC or prevailing industry standards, the building inspector reserves the right to retain a third-party engineer or consultant to verify compliance with safety standards and codes. Any costs for which shall be reimbursed to the county at developer's expense.
Do we have I'm sorry, I don't have the paper in front of me and I can't pull it up. Is that with the 10% as well?
No, it's not on here
Does it
because it's
need to
still a
be?
change. Sure.
Or
Yeah, it
whatever
should
the
be
administrative fee was?
10% would be, okay.
Yeah, it's a good catch. It's consistent.
Jen, if you have 716 SES operations and
Yeah,
maintenance?
that's where mine starts back up.
Okay.
That's what we got together.
Physical modifications, any material change in layout or major equipment that is a part of the CSES and any parcel swap, addition, or trade shall require reapplication. Like-kind replacements or other ordinary repair and maintenance shall not require reapplication. Requirements for repair and maintenance as prescribed in section 7.20.A6.
Do you have like-kind defined anywhere? What a like-kind replacement would be?
So generally speaking would be like solar panels, the posts, the weather radio, just the standard items that are, whatever's already in there.
Okay. Can you put maybe like-kind replacements, I mean,
And then
item
list
to
the
item,
items.
or, something that gives a greater, Jacob, how would you put that?
The greater.
Like-kind replacements, like item to item, like a,
Right, well, I guess, which item what are you talking about? When you say item to item?
well, like-kind replacement, she's saying like a solar panel would be replaced with a solar panel, or, but to me, I mean,
Similar type.
a solar component,
Yeah, it'd be a solar
maybe
component.
in parentheses, solar component, so that we know it's a tangible, not something different.
Like, I'm gonna ask, well, never mind, it doesn't
Okay.
matter. If it's solar panel, wire,
Right.
not.
Outdoor storage, only materials, vehicles, and equipment that directly support the operation of a CSES shall be allowed to be stored outdoors on the site. C, interference. This language is in the ordinance. It's just been altered a little bit. Developer shall ensure the CSES is sited, engineered, and operated to avoid material interference with public and third-party utility microwave transmissions and other electromagnetic communication signals, including public safety, GPS, and defense systems. If material interference is substantiated, developer shall, at its sole cost, implement mitigation measures to remedy the interference. adherence to generally accepted engineering practices and applicable regulations shall be deemed compliant, provided such practices result in mitigation of material interference.
I think that needs to be approved by you, because it really doesn't give any, just says you have to do it, but there's no per who.
By building inspector.
Pardon me?
By building inspector.
By building inspector, yes.
And a potential third party,
Yes,
FCC maybe.
sure.
Okay,
If they don't do it, I mean, we have to be able to do it to get it done.
right.
Right. And again, at their cost with the administrative fee.
Declaration of public nuisance, any CSES or component thereof declared to be unsafe by the building inspector due to inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, fire hazard, obsolescence, damage, or abandonment is hereby declared a public nuisance. Such unsafe CSES shall be subject to mandatory immediate abatement via repair, rehabilitation, or demolition and removal.
Carla, I'm going to stop you. Just, if it is declared a public nuisance, what do you as a building inspector do?
Well, then number 2 is reading that they will be subject to mandatory repair or removal.
And if they don't,
All abated activities shall be performed in strict accordance with the approved decommissioning plan and applicable local and state standards. And
There. You're tired. We're all tired, right? But I think this is positive.
yeah. Okay, I just. see the-
is that 3 sufficient?
Yeah, all abated activities shall be performed in strict accordance with the approved decommissioning plan. If it's in the decommissioning plan, well, we're saying it should be in the ordinance as well as a decommissioning plan, but I'm not sure what our decommissioning plan says, but we've been
Well, if
reviewing
it's-
that, so.
I guess
It's
if it's deemed it needs to be demolished or removed, then you fall back on the decommissioning plan. Is that what?
Default.
which then would the bond kick in and
Okay,
Or they did?
okay.
Is this new language?
some of it, it's cleaned up. Fire hazard is added. That was not originally in there.
Okay.
717, commercial SES setbacks. So presently, the ordinance reads, any CSES.
Now you're missing a page, huh?
I am missing a page. All right, got it. Thank you. Sorry.
I knew I should have stapled those together. So the table 7.3 minimum setbacks. Any CSES component, including all CSES site fencing to either side of any ditch bank 75 feet, that is state. Any CSES component, including all CSES perimeter fencing to a non-participating, non-included property line without a habitable structure or any right-of-way 150 feet. This language is not, what I'm about to read is not what's in the ordinance presently. Any CSES component, including all CSES perimeter fencing to a non-participating, non-included property line with a habitable residential structure 1,000 feet.
That's too far.
Non-participating property owners may reduce setback requirements to 150 feet via a signed waiver. The waiver shall be recorded at the Pulaski County Courthouse within 45 days. Executed waivers and updated site plans shall be submitted to the building inspector 90 days prior to the start of ground movement. Any new habitable residential structure developed within the CSES project perimeter during its operational term, developer shall, where feasible, apply the same landscape screening standards as those applicable to residential structures in existence as of the CSES construction commencement date. And the setbacks on those new construction areas would be 150 to 1,000 feet, depending on the area.
I would like to address the setbacks of 150 feet. Did you have something you needed to say?
Go ahead.
The 150 feet on two non-participating, non-included property lines without habitable structure. Or, I mean, my feeling is if I own a piece of property and I'm only getting 150 feet, and in the future, I want to develop that, or I want to build a home on that, it's 150 feet. I mean, why should it not be? Why are we discriminating against people who don't have a home on their property for what they can do with that in the future? You're limiting their opportunity to use that ground for whatever they want to use it for. I don't understand how we can say,
Well, they probably
you
don't
get
like
it,
the solar
but
panels
you don't
anyhow.
get it.
They probably don't like the solar panels anyhow, so why would they build a house next to it?
If they had a setback and it's their ground,
They're still going to be close to the solar.
not if it's 1,000 feet away, they've got a lot more protection than
that's
they
a
do at
waste of-
150.
That's a waste of a lot of ground. How many people are going to build a house next out there anyhow?
Why wouldn't they build a house out there, Mike? They don't want to, do they?
Well,
You
there's
just
people
answered my
that
own
are,
question.
but they probably could
You
care
just
less how
answered my own
close. the-
question. Who would want to build a home out there by solar panels anyway? So my question to you, Mike, is, and Don, I guess, I mean, I don't know how you feel about the 1,000-foot setback, so I guess I'll ask, do you agree that a non-participating property owner who has ground should be limited to 150 feet? And isn't that discriminatory?
Well, they should have bought more of the ground.
That argument makes no sense, Mike. That argument makes no sense. I'm sorry, I can't have a discussion and debate with comments like that. Where is your research to show me that it's not going to damage their property value?
I think part of what you're asking is, it's a policy question, not so much a legal, because you asked about whether it's discriminatory. I think if you're applying the standard to all property, it wouldn't from a legal standpoint be discriminatory. Now, from a political or policy standpoint, if you say, hey, I think that's bad policy, I don't think there's any problem with changing it to reflect that, if you want to do that.
I think it's bad policy. I don't think some people are entitled to enjoy their property more than others for whatever reason. I think we should have some consistency across the board.
So, and I also think it's impossible to know the intent of every land. One
Sure
landowner
it
may
is.
have a junkyard who doesn't care, but somebody else may buy it and say, hey, I can't build my dream house out there.
Right,
now
but they have
because-"
rights too.
Sure.
It's their ground. They've purchased it, they've maintained it, it's been in their family for years. Why are they being restricted when others aren't?
How would they purchase it? It's been in their family for years.
Mike, that is a moot point. That's a moot point. What we're talking today, I have, somebody has a square mile of property and they're going to be surrounded on all four sides by commercial solar at 150-foot setback. You're restricting their enjoyment and what they can do with their property. But you're telling me that anybody else can do whatever they want.
They got 150 feet to play. Yeah,
It's not, but somebody with a home on it gets 1,000 feet?
that's 3 football fields.
Where is your research to show me that the properties are not going to be damaged the closer the panels are and the larger the projects are? Do you have any research to back up that 1,000 feet isn't necessary? That's our job as commissioners, to research.
So I do believe that 150 feet for non-participating landowners, from solar to non-participating landowners, is not far enough. But I do believe that 1,000 feet is excessive. That's my point. You asked me my
Based
point,
on what research,
just like the
Don?
research that you've done.
Oh, no,
I'm just
I got,
saying,
you want me to start, you want me to start
no,
on my
I don't want to
research?
go through your research. You
Well,
asked me
we're going
opinion.
to, we're going
Because a
to.
football field, goalpost to goalpost, is 360 feet. So we're talking almost 3 football fields. I'm just stating, you asked, I was going to share anyway. I think 150 feet from a non-participating landowner to the fence is not far enough. I do agree with that, Jenny. But I do think 1,000 is excessive.
But I've got
And-
studies to show, Don, that it's not, and that properties are losing their property values, some up to 100% if they're surrounded on 4 sides. They are unsellable. And I will go to Mammoth Solar, who bought out 4 properties in the Mammoth South area for what I would call way over the appraised value. Now, how is it okay that Mammoth Solar purchased 4 properties for well over the appraised value, but we're going to say that there won't be any property value damage to other homeowners? Or are we going to say that's okay? How do you justify that? I don't know how you justify that it's okay for people who have their ground in solar, or for those 4 families who were free to get the heck out of Dodge and got crazy money for their homes. I've seen the prices that were paid.
We're not talking, Jenny, about those situations.
We're talking about property values,
We're talking,
Don,
no, we're talking about setbacks.
which have
Yeah,
a
which you-
direct
which-
correlation to a property value.
Could you explain the last section, 150 feet to 1,000 feet? Any new?
So it's offering the opportunity to anybody who plans to build solar that they're a non-participating farm and they're across the road from the solar developer, that they would be able to get the same screening that anybody else who had a residential structure at the time of the project.
Just the screening, so we don't expect someone, if they build a home, to move the solar panels. That's not what you're saying.
No,
You're saying
no.
the screening.
That's why they have it at 150 to 1,000, because if the fence is moved back in that area, then they could screen as they are screening the other areas. Since 150 is the minimum, then this person that builds in 10 years from now would at least have screening 150 feet.
Okay, thank you. Your thoughts on this, Jacob?
Well, the distance, I guess, from a legal standpoint, it's a policy decision. I will tell you that and I can't speak for any of the projects that are currently pending because I don't represent them, but it's my understanding that for at least the current project, any application of 1,000 feet, it would be impossible for them to do that. Just because of the mechanics of the electricity that has to be generated. And so it goes back to the same conversation that I had before, is I'm not here to restrict regulation on solar, but we have to be careful about how we're treating current petitions or current building permit applications versus future applications. Because to go in to have things designed and then say, oh, by the way, we're moving it from 150 feet to 1,000 feet, well, that makes a huge difference in the ability to complete the project. And so that's just a real application of what that does. As to, from a legal standpoint, legally, you can make it 1,000 feet if you want to. I mean, that's up to you 3 to decide.
But the application for permit has not been sent in. And when someone does a project, they understand when they come into a community to do a project that the ordinances that they will abide by are the ordinances that are in place when they apply for their permit. They don't understand, and I'm looking at a family out here whose property has been destroyed. My property has been destroyed. I don't want to see that happen to anybody else's property. So We said we can't do a property value guarantee. Let's go back to that because I got Kosciuszko County pulled up. I've got the ordinance right here, ready for you to write down, Carla, Don, and Mike, ready to say, it's time to protect.
If you guys want to look into how far, whether it's 1,000 or 500 or 300.
What's in the ordinances?
So I'll look at Jasper. I mean, just, Jasper, you're from Jasper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One side, 300 feet. Two sides, 400 feet. Three sides, 600 feet. All sides, 800 feet. That's what theirs is, Jasper County. We've got, White County, 500 feet from a property line or 1,320 from a dwelling. Property value guarantee with anything. Rezone for public hearing. I've got a property value guarantee right here. This isn't rocket science, is the point I'm trying to make. I've got Kosciuszko County. Property value guarantee will be offered by, this is their ordinance. Property value guarantee will be offered by the solar developer to all residents and landowners within 2 miles of a CSES. Fair market value will be established by, at minimum, 2 reputable appraisers of the Kosciuszko County Plan Commission's choice to establish baseline data for property values at the solar developer's expense. If the property value of a home decreases and a home landowner is unable to sell his property after the CSES is erected, the developer will pay that landowner the difference or buy the property, like they did for others, at the baseline fair market value determined prior to construction of the solar project. There's your ordinance. It's crystal clear. I have numerous studies right here, numerous studies. I've talked with Kentucky's lead expert in property that the Commonwealth of Kentucky has hired to do all their work. And I've spoken with her, and I have all of her research on all of these different, the research is here that your property values are going to be damaged on one side, according to Cohn-Resnick, on only one side up to 20%. And this is a study that the solar developers are using. 20% if one side. These folks are completely surrounded by it. What happened? What's their property value right now? And how can we continue to move forward in this county and say, free pass, they're already started. Sorry about anybody who lives in this community. We're talking millions of dollars of property value damage. And multiple studies that support this. It's based on size alone. Most of them are saying 120, what is it? The Cohn-Resnick, let me see. University of Texas study, which was one that Mammoth used when they rolled into town, that said you're not going to have a property value, you're not going to have any damage. The largest one was 102 megawatts. And they even said in their own study, the larger the project, the closer the proximity, the greater your property value damage. How can we sit here as commissioners and continue to ignore what every other county in Indiana now understands? How do we ignore that? I don't know how we continue to ignore this. So we've got a property value guarantee right here with Kosciuszko County. We can protect people today. The permit has not been issued. If a business comes into town and they say, we want to do business here, and they do A, B, C, D, and E before they ever have the permit, is that the county's fault? It sounds like a poor business plan. Why would you do that? And how do we keep saying, it's okay, it's Mammoth Solar, sorry Ed, but it's Mammoth Solar. We're going to let them do it because this is what they've always done. We're going to continue to let these property values just get wiped out. How do we continue to do that? Here are the studies. Any of you that want to come up and read these studies at the end, you don't want to see it.
Let us focus on the commissioners.
We are the commissioners. What are we going to do?
Exactly, so quit talking to the crowd.
Well, they're
Please.
talking to me.
Point of order.
They're talking to me.
Okay. Well,
So Don and Mike, how do you justify
I'm not
not giving a property value guarantee or 1,000-foot setbacks when the evidence is here, the evidence is here, the evidence is all here, I'm the only one that brought the goods tonight. And you guys are just telling me 1,000 feet is too much because you feel like 1,000 feet is too much. Where is you said, Carla, at the A.P.C meeting, to the A.P.C members, you said, if these are your recommendations, you better have the proof to back up why. I have it. I've got all of it. I have it.
We are going through this recommendation that we have made, and we still have a couple more pages, I hope to finish, that we are giving recommendations to Carla, and we need to review it again.
But what is your
Thank you.
recommendation, Don, for the 1,000-foot setbacks? How do
Well,
you?
apparently, we're not going to get to that tonight.
But we need to. Why would we
I'll
not?
be happy to read your studies.
Why, I don't
So,
understand why I'm the only one doing the research. This
Well,
this
I
blows
don't
my
think you
mind.
are the only one that has done research, but we're not going to solve anything on 1,000 feet.
The problem
You
is,
asked for 1,000 feet. Mike gave you an answer. I think 1,000 feet is.
I went down
Based on
to,
what?
unreasonable.
I went down to Tipton and asked them about their solar panel. And they said there's nothing wrong with them, and they built multi-$100,000 homes right beside them on the north side of it. And that's just
what do they
50
have?
miles away.
What do they have in Tipton? They have 0 acres.
Well,
They have
the town of
0
Tipton's
acres.
got,
The town of Tipton has what? A 15-acre solar array?
no, it's more than
They
that.
have 300, they have a cap of 9,660 acres, 300-foot setback from non-participating property owners, and they don't have any solar acres in the county. So don't tell me,
If we don't want to finish this evening and go through this, there are more recommendations than we have like 4 pages to go. We're going to have to come back to all this anyway.
I want to know who are you supporting? Because from the actions and the delays and the refusal to give a property value guarantee to people that we know have property damage all over the place, why? Who are you representing?
Industry.
It's a matter of trying to develop an ordinance.
I like
that we
electricity.
believe to be- Oh, if we wish not to go any further, then I'll make a motion to table this.
I'll second
Which
it.
is what everybody wants. They
Those
want
in
a
favor
table.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed.
Aye.
2 to 1. Carla, we've given you a lot to work on. And then see what you can develop from what we've asked for you to work on.
Okay.
And then we still have what I have is 4 pages to go. You've covered everything on your item. Rochelle Fox, E.M.A.
Thank you so much. Just water, yeah.
Thank you, Rochelle.
Thank you, Rochelle. You're welcome.
Michelle, whenever you're ready. Oh, you're booting your computer up?
Yeah.
Sorry.
The first thing on the agenda for me is the M.H.M.P. update, which is our multi-hazard mitigation plan. Christopher Burke is writing our plan. We had a grant for them to do so. Friday, I asked them about where they were at with it, and it says that they are currently reviewing the plan internally to verify that it is Christopher Burke ready. Once we are happy with the plan, then I will send it to you for the review. After we are both happy with the plan, we can begin the public review period and then get the plan approved and begin adoptions. Let's see. The second item for me is the C.E.M.P. presentation. So C.E.M.P. is Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. It is a foundation for all hazards document guiding actions to mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters, whether natural or man-made. It is based on the NIMS system, National Incident Management System. Homeland Security Presidential Directive 5 is who mandates this. All emergency personnel need to have IS 700, 100, and 800 training. First line supervisors also need 200. Middle management needs 300 as well. Command staff 400, and elected and appointed officials also have to have all of those. Why is this important? It's important when we need the money during an emergency. This applies to all involved. Instructions for use does not contain detailed or specific procedures, but sets the stage for relationships between local, state, federal, and private emergency management organizations. Things to review: read the basic plan, review section 6 of the basic plan, concept of operations beginning in section 1, page 5. Some of these sections and page numbers may not be correct since I'm updating this plan. Emergency levels of the plan, section 1, page 6. Overall plan priorities. Activities divided into 5 phases to assist in the goals of saving lives and protecting property: prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. What should you review? Review of the organization and assignments of responsibilities for ESF, section 1, page 8 of the basic plan. ESFs are emergency support functions, the grouping of governmental and certain private sector capabilities into an organizational structure to provide support, resources, program implementation, and services that are most likely needed to save lives, protect property and the environment, restore essential services and critical infrastructure, and help victims and communities return to normal following domestic incidents. Review section 13 of the basic plan for the financial management tasks. Review the primary coordination agency matrix, section 1, page 20. Consult the definition and/or acronyms as needed to understand terms used in the C.E.M.P. Review the example documents and forms found in appendix section 7. Review the emergency support functions containing coordinating or task assignments for your department, agency, or organization, and identify specific task assignments you may be responsible for. Check these tasks against your standard operating procedures or guidelines. It remains the responsibility of all end users of this plan, especially those with task assignments, to develop appropriate standard operating procedures or guidelines for their specific areas of responsibilities or functions to ensure their capabilities to carry out tasks when needed. All end users of this plan shall provide regular training for their personnel in the concepts, executions, and specific task procedures developed to support this plan. This is a lot of information to put in a plan. Following this plan, You're supposed to write a COOP, which is a continuity of operations plan, which breaks these levels down even farther. Continuity of operations plan, also known as a business continuity plan, is a collection of resources, actions, procedures, and information that is developed, tested, and kept ready in the event of a disruption of operations. It helps prepare departments and units to continue their essential functions after a disaster or other disruption. Having a COOP will help to minimize impacts on your department during an emergency or disruptive event through recognizing and prioritizing critical work functions within your department, organizing contact information for your essential personnel and backup personnel, coordinating important resource information into a single plan that can be quickly referenced and periodically reviewed and updated. If anybody has questions or concerns or suggestions, please come see me, contact me. I can use all the help I can get with it, but as of right now, I'm working on it. I've talked to Fulton County. They're on month 6 of updating theirs because there's a lot of stuff to update. So it's not a overnight thing that we just put on paper.
So this, the C.E.M.P. plan, the M.H.M.P., is that what it's,
The
multi-hazard?
mitigation plan,
How does that fit into this, Rochelle?
So
I'm
the
just trying to get an
functions-
idea of the steps. How does it go?
yeah. So the multi-hazard mitigation plan focuses on individual hazards, natural hazards, and man-made, so tornadoes, flooding,
Right.
whatever, and it just, that plan gives us an idea of the likelihood of those events happening. This plan basically says, what are we gonna do if this happens?
Okay, so they work in conjunction. You
yes.
can't have one without the other. Right.
And
Okay.
not necessarily, because you're gonna need that information. The
Okay.
COOP runs completely off of this one, because if a courthouse gets taken out in a tornado, where are you gonna put all your offices
Right, okay,
to continue to function?
okay. And so did you get back from them yet, their, I'm thinking the MPMH or whatever it's
The
called?
MHMP, I've not gotten it.
MHMP, you have not gotten that. back
Friday,
yet?
they said they were internally reviewing it
Okay,
still, so.
okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the information.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and we know it's a big plan, which is why I guess I would say to you, based on the meetings I've been to, focus on 1 or 2 items at a time so you can check them off. And I know you're going to need to access and involve a lot of resources in the county. So let us know if there's a way we can help you.
Right, I
With
actually
that?
have gotten from each of the 5 towns, one place for cooling and warming shelters, or not shelters, centers. And I've also talked to 4 of the schools that we work with, North Judson, Culver, Winnemac, and West Central, for evacuation purposes if needed. So I have all of that, all of those people have agreed to, I'm working on MOUs
Okay.
to get that.
And so all that information that you're collecting goes, or that right now goes into which document? The MHMP?
MHMP, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
A.D.A. building assessment. David sent, on January 29th, the cost in the buildings that he was looking at assessing. I think we decided that soil and water was not on this list because they're federally funded.
Right.
But we've done the courthouse, we've done the voting centers. So this is a list basically for you guys to put together in order of how you want it to go, when you want it done. But this is also kind of a soft contract for him. So if we want to decide, we can work on that, or you guys can have that discussion.
Rochelle, you're here every day, you've worked with this. Can you come up with a recommendation for us? Why don't you come up with a recommendation, email it to us, meeting or 2, why don't you come back and we'll we'll discuss it.
Okay, yep,
All right.
I will do that.
Thank you, Rochelle. Anything else?
One last thing, I have been working with some members of the U.S.V.R.C, which is the United States Veterans Reserve Corps. They are having a landing zone training and luncheon at Aaron's Field on April 18th from 9 to 4. The email from them says, Pulaski County first responders, you along with your department or organization are cordially invited to attend a free landing zone training and luncheon at Aaron's Field in E.M.A. Warrant Officer Scott Coombs is the one who is holding this. He's the planning director. Let's see. Trying to pull out some of the important points here.
What was the date again?
U.S.V.R.C.
Date.
Oh, April 18th. So not this Saturday, but next.
At what time?
9 to 4. And I know that's during the BCS carnival that's going on that same day also.
They used to land out by my house and rescue and practice. They're in Allensfield. Well, I'm just down from you. You probably seen it. I think it's the same group, ain't it?
I would guess so. They do once a month, they do a different type of drill. They've done a pod
In
drill.
different areas, yeah. Okay.
The U.S.V.R.C, if people don't know, is a military-style civilian emergency response team preparing to respond to Stafford Act emergencies and other local emergency needs that may arise in your community. Like most of you, our organization is made up of volunteers from all walks of life, including prior active military personnel, reservists, and local residents from various communities from all across the country. We are doctors, nurses, lawyers, farmers, factory workers, business owners, law enforcement officers, firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, and retirees from just about every background you can think of. We meet monthly for drills and training at different locations across the state, depending on what particular type of training we are conducting. On Saturday, April 18th, our organization will be hosting all landing zone in service, including multiple air medical organizations that serve Pulaski County. Weather permitting, there will be at least 2 aircraft and crews available for this training. We will be covering landing zone safety, setup, and special considerations. We may possibly conduct some evaluations with regard to loading and unloading of patients. Training will be conducted by ground crew staff, the medical air crews, and specific with regard to their respective aircrafts. So what they've requested from me is that the first responders involve themselves if they want to. I have Monterey Fire Department who's told me that he's going to get back to me by Friday to let me know if they want to take their rescue truck to help. It's basically meant for kids, and they're using this for the Boy Scouts or the Scouts as well. So if there's any first responders that you know of that want to participate, show up, then I need a head count because they are going to provide the lunch. It says RSVP no later than April 10th.
Thank you.
It's pretty neat. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you for approving my class.
Yes,
Thank you, Rochelle.
Nathan, comprehensive plan, courthouse,
All right, it's
CDC.
late. You have my written report. I can post it on the county's, on the CDC Facebook page for the public to see. It's all right with you. I'm just gonna hit the important stuff and not go through.
Okay,
Comprehensive plan. Carla and I are asking for the board's guidance regarding how many of the 5 firms who submitted we should invite to interview. We had a gap of like 2.6 points between number 1 and number 2. The next 3 were all within like a 1.6 point gap. Another 4 to the final one, but they were all within an 8.25 point. A couple of people have said they're willing to interview all 5. Jenny, you're going to have to be one of them joining us to sit through all that, but it's up to the commissioners if we invite 2, 3, 4, or 5 to interview, and I just need guidance.
I think the scores were all close. I think all 5.
I agree. That's fine with me.
Courthouse project updates. We are continuing to work with Mr. Meals and with both Luminant and Ton and Blank to work through the A.D.A infraction list. And just because it's the one visible thing everyone can see right here, I've got a guy here locally who has a lathe, who also has worked with Patrick Rentschler, who restored all these, and he is looking to whether or not he can make stainable sleeves that will go all over these metal levelers so that we don't sacrifice form in the name of the function, because we had to raise all of these several inches for ADA height clearance.
Good idea.
As I reported via email, we have received the final payments on both Clear Decision Filtration and Venus Markets revolving loans. So we are down to one current borrower who was in good standing through the end of March. I have already received 2 applications. Our third-party reviewers are already working on them, and the EDC will hold executive and public meetings next Tuesday night to consider these 2 applications. We have just under $397,000 available in the fund right now. I'm working with a potential ag-related prospect who may be interested in purchasing land in the industrial park. We're looking into a few different options for property that may suit their needs. With the Advisory Commission on Industrial Development, we'll be opening any bids received for purchase or lease of land in the industrial park at a meeting on Friday the 24th, just in case our ground proves to be a viable option for their project. Finally, I just want to make sure I've sent the email to invite you personally. Tuesday, the 28th of April, 6 p.m. nights at Columbus Hall, our annual Community Development Summit. Please let me know, email me if you are able to come and to bring a guest. Unless you have any questions, that is all I have.
Where's it at?
At the KFC Hall.
Oh. I probably thought you said, but I didn't know.
Thank you. Is Tim still on the line?
Tim, are you still with us?
Must be on live.
Okay.
I've been coordinating with Jacob. He sent me over an agreement for them to review. So I'm going to quick look at that first before sending that over. Otherwise, I've coordinated with them on some other items involving the other projects nearby. So that's moving forward accordingly. For the management projects, we are working on getting a mitigation comments back this week. We still have some outstanding fence items that we're looking at. We had concerns about dust come in over the last few weeks, so that was addressed, as well as some trash concerns. So we've been addressing those as they come in from the public, so thank you all who submitted questions and comments. For the Action Tracing project, we had a meeting last week to go over the road use. Jacob sent over some revised versions over this weekend. Coordinating with them over the weekend, we got some updated road use back to you right at the start of this meeting, so I don't think anyone was able to look at it. But we spent a lot of time over the last 3 days getting this revised and over for some additional comments. For Wild Rush, we have an upcoming progress meeting April 15th. Moss Creek, we're working on getting that next one scheduled. Same with Mayo. Any comments at this time?
No.
No, I appreciate the trash pickup that's happening.
Yeah, of course, if anything else pops up, please feel free to let us know.
Thank you.
I have a question for Tim and Jacob. Where do things stand with negotiations with Doral as far as continuing to send invoices for VS engineering reimbursement? Because I know, according to my spreadsheet, I was going through it, I realized that I had missed a couple of past invoices, so our allocation for their work for this project has been depleted, and I need to replenish that.
I guess I would defer or have Tim speak to that, because since we last spoke about this at the beginning of the year, I have not received any communication from either VS or from Doral that there have been issues. In the past, when we've had to refill, we've had conference calls or emails, and I haven't had anything. So I guess I would defer to Tim if there are any issues that need to be addressed.
I'll follow up with the developer's attorney. The last I knew, they were sending over an updated compliance agreement. At this time, though, they agreed to continue making anything that's sent to them. So please don't hesitate.
Thank you.
Anything else for Ken? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all.
Under discussion items, just an update, Knights of Columbus, we have 1 of 2 appraisals done. I've not seen the first appraisal, but they've been there. Inspection, the company that was doing the inspection came back, all 3 of us received that. They look pretty good. Also, performance services, were out there last week and took pictures of the facility. Now they're taking it back to their architects and seeing what they think of the facility as well. So that's a update on that. The 3 of us commissioners received an email from a gentleman in Florida asking us to support Lawrence Welk show. Yeah, I think so. Help us out here, Teresa. It's their so many years anniversary, and they try to ask counties if they wish to support it or not. Teresa, if you could forward that to the 3 of us again, I would appreciate that, and we could decide if we wish to support this guy's efforts in recognizing so many years of Lawrence Welk.
How much they want?
No money, they just want us to support them. Okay. So I thought we all 3 received it, but all right. So public comment. I'm sorry.
No, before public comment, I just think that effective. Regards to development, what's happening? Decisions and action. 6 years. Regardless of the leadership and positions that then completely ignored, pushed down the field, natively over the years. In my opinion, many people here, it defies logic, it defies reason, it completely defies. We are the only county, E.M.A, that is allowing this to continue, this large scale, with the so many. Our residents are all. It is all being done for a developer. Solar. Turning to. Very concerned. Again, it defies logic, reason, and that you would not put protections for your own community. They are avoiding any. It is, I want the community to know, I have fought as hard as I can. The pushback we are receiving is measurable and without. I've done everything I can for you at this point. It's disturbing, I guess is what I believe. Very, very disturbing.
At this time, we'll go to public comment. If you wish to speak, sit at one of these 2 tables. State your name, residence, location, speak once. Your comments will be limited to 2 minutes. I do have a timer that hopefully will go off. And once again, these are comments.
Sherry Fagner, Pulaski County, live in Monroe Township. I'm going to tell you guys, the details matter, and they matter to the entire county, not just to a few, the entire county. The comments I heard tonight, the looks on the faces I saw tonight, from in front of me, the landscaping. The landscaping matters. I don't think we understand all of the details matter. Consistency means something. We've talked about all of the issues that have been from one particular vendor. One vendor.
What does that mean when we have 4 vendors in the county and we can't get it right with one? With one. And we're letting that one vendor dictate what happens in this county. Absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, Julie.
Hello, this is my wife. She's set up for me. I go first.
You may.
My name's Dennis Cook. I live in Franklin Township. You guys all know me. The people we're representing, there's a lot of people. There's hundreds of people because it's not just me, it's my children. This is my farm.
Step back and talk in the mic
Okay.
with that.
Okay, that is, the first one's my farm, the second one's my brother's sheep, which is our family farm. 3 of them are our farm, so I can testify that it is true. Others are projects, but you see the setbacks? Doral has taken like care, and they're not 1,000 feet setbacks, which would kill a project, but they're very good setbacks. They're not crowding anyone. So that's what I'd like to say. And I'd like to say I'm representing hundreds of people because it's not just me, it's my children and grandchildren that are going to be living here and going to inherit the land when I'm gone. Another thing is, I'd like to say is there are still about 25% of the land that is signed up will still be farmed. And I can prove that because you can Google it, and we farm the land. I'll testify. I'm not from another county. I'm from this county. And we farm 25% of the land around the outside of solar. And there are other people in this room that are farmers that can testify to that as well. So of the total acres, 25% of that is still farmed. And even inside the fence, there's hay bales. My brother has sheep and he bales hay. The last thing is I would like to see is with the financial, my wife's going to mention that, is my mom had good news. She said, we won't have to pay taxes on personal property in our agriculture. So she won't have to pay on the tractors and combines.
Thank you.
Start.
Okay. Well, Magali Boak, Franklin Township. Well, I believe that if these new changes are authorized, then the project is, we are just banning solar. So there is no, with what you guys were talking, the 1,000 setbacks, we are banning solars. And my thing is we know that Indiana has lower property taxes. And I put this here. These numbers, Nathan gave me the numbers. This is the losses that we're going to have 2027 for property taxes. This is just the county government. This is not even Eastern Pulaski and West Central schools. So we are talking about almost $500,000 that we are not going to have on 2027, 634,000 in 2028. If the Mammoth project is not approved, then we're going to lose 64 million that have already been approved with the E.D.A. And Commissioner Canibal, I really feel bad that you feel that your property has been destroyed. I drove by your property. It's a beautiful property. You have 0.3 miles from one side that there is no solar. There is no solar on the other side. There is no solar. 0.3 miles or something. I don't know, but it's not I don't see you surrounded by solar. I believe that you feel that you are surrounded by solar, but I don't know what 0.3 miles is, but I still believe that your property is beautiful. You mentioned also about you have studies. I don't doubt your studies, but I also shared in my letter to you that there are studies from Illinois that they have 60, they counted 6, they talked to 60 people, and there are studies that said that no, that they don't affect, the property values are not affected. So I believe in your studies. I do have studies too, and I'm sure they come with more studies. My last thing is I just don't like when people talk crap about the elected officials, like
Thank you.
talk bad about the elected officials. I think that's very disrespectful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Acre, Star City, Indiana. I guess I could say that Nothing seems to surprise me when I come to these meetings. And it's sad because I watched how one commissioner fights for something and the other two just kind of roll their eyes or get disgusted. You guys are elected officials. You're supposed to be working for the people of this county, not for some special interest group. It's a shame. It really is. And I grew up in this county. And maybe different players. Last one was Chuck Mellon for you. I don't know who the last one was for you, Mike, honestly. Jenny, yours was Maurice Lamer. Different players, same game. Almost 40 years that I've lived here, it's been the same. And it's in fact got me involved in getting into politics, which I didn't ever want to do. And I won't be running at a county level per se. I'll be going for the delegate downstate for Fort Wayne this year. But it's sad. And the disrespect that I see just for a woman being on the commissioner's seat from you two gentlemen, supposed to be gentlemen. And I know your wife, Mr. Street. She was my daughter's school teacher. And I would not imagine that you would disrespect her like you have this lady. Mike, I don't know about you. I'd hope not. I really would. But it's really a damn shame.
My name's Bob Barger from Rich Grove. And I mean, I don't know why these people come to the meeting because they won already. I mean, they've already won. I don't know what the problem is. I mean, because they've got 3 people up there that's for them. I mean, it is what it is. And we all figured this out. And I mean, I don't understand what, I mean, we've lost this case. I mean, because we can't get anybody. We got groups that even that even tells you what's going on, but yet nobody listens. I mean, it's like, I don't understand this. We come to all these meetings, and the people that's making money from it is all for it. And I can understand that. But I mean, not everybody's making money from it. Some people's losing money from it. And they can say what they want to say. Your value of your house goes down when that comes around you. And if it was coming around one of you guys right up there, you wouldn't like it. And you'd be just like we are. You'd be upset over it. And I mean, we got a right to be upset. And one person sitting up there even before he got elected said that he wasn't for solar like he is now. But he's for it now. I mean, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what else to say because it's just saddening coming to the meetings. And every time you come to the meetings, they always win. We never win. We can't get it slowed down even. It's like a runaway train that just keeps going. And I mean, people need to think about it. This is our county. It's not just the solar county, it's our county. The solar is from a foreign country. Who cares? This is our place where we've lived. I mean, don't anybody love it anymore? I don't know. I don't understand what the deal is.
Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Terry Hansen. I'm from Francisville, and I'm not talking about solar, just so you know. For 27 of the 33 years that I worked for the county, I was on the emergency management board. And I want to tell you that Rochelle Fox, I hope you know what a good person you have there. She is fabulous. I know there's someone trying to throw her under the bus and saying that she's not doing a good job, but you need to know that 95% of the time, there's not an emergency. People think she's sitting in her office doing nothing. She's not. As you can see with a comprehensive plan, there is a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of meetings. There's a lot of behind the scenes things that she needs to do. I was president of that board for years. I was vice president for years. And I still keep in touch with her a lot. And I want you to know, really, really have a good person in that office doing a lot of work. So keep that in mind, that she is fantastic at that job. She does so much more than people think she does. So I just wanted to let you know, you have a really, really good person in her. She's doing so much stuff that people don't even know about. I mean, when there's a weather issue that comes up, 30 seconds later, she's got that on the internet letting us know, as long as the sheriff's department does too. But I mean, like, right away, we know what's going on. She's on top of everything, and so, because I worked with several E.M.A directors, and I'm telling you, she's top notch. I just wanted to let you know, she's great. So I just want to let you know that positive
Thank you,
thoughts.
Terry. Anyone else?
Good evening, Brandy Larkin, Winnemac, Indiana. I know you said comments, but it's more like two questions, and I know that you don't have to respond, but I will present them. One is, when can the community, or how can the community better learn what the plan is for the KFC building? So there's a lot of talk around it, and after watching some commissioner and council meetings, there doesn't seem to be alignment on it. So I think the county overall would just like to know what the plan is, better understand what the approach is and how county funds are going to be used to support it, and like what's going on with the east and west annex buildings. My other question is, how are we as a county, or how can you as the commissioners better support the A.P.C with additional funding for an attorney or the consultant hiring? So as we saw tonight, as Jacob duly pointed out, there was a lot of ambiguity and speculation, and this board can't be expected to have the attorney mindset or understanding, nor can Carla be expected to have that. So they do have an attorney, but my understanding from my last interview with them is that that was a limited budget. Can we as a county do something to support them more fully with a consultant or an attorney when they have this multiple like ordinance review things and the comprehensive plan coming up? Like, what can we do to better support them? Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
I just got a couple of comments. I said something a couple of years ago when it comes to these meetings. These guys are in charge. I know after 3 or 4 hours of being in here, all tensions are high, people are upset, but I feel if I don't say something, I wouldn't be doing my job. Freedom of speech only goes so far. Comments made to people, and they're leaving, or while they're here, I will not tolerate. Disorderly conduct, you can say whatever you want to me. If there's a group of people around, unreasonable noise. If the person shouting an insult and volume that is unreasonable or can use have to be stopped, that's considered disorderly conduct. I won't tolerate it. Okay? This a couple of years ago, I won't tolerate it. Make this warning one time. I'll look to Don if he wants me to remove that person or any of the commissioners. I will. I'm friends with everybody, and I know everybody in here. I consider everybody a friend. I try and stay in as much as I can, but I will do my job. Okay? I know we're all tired of being in here, but I will do my job. Fair? We don't need to be making comments to people, you know what I'm talking about. I said something a couple of years ago, I just want to reiterate. And I said this clearly.
Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
the sheriff, and I will do my job.
Thank you, sir. Motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
I got lots to sign.